on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on, nothing, keep the flame on, nothing, keep the flame, keep the flame, keep the flame on.
All right, we're ready to go. Welcome everybody to Meatstock Sydney. Great event here today. We are going to go live very shortly for Australia's Strongest Man and Woman for 2024. Pretty excited. It's a big show. It's a big stage. If you've been down here, you'll see the arena. I'm here with Lynn Morehouse, the event director for Official Strongman Games, which is a pretty big worldwide event. Yeah, thanks for coming down, Lynn. It's really good to have you.
My pleasure to be in here.
Oh, awesome. And all the way from America, I should say, in case you didn't notice, and brought his family over. And
yeah, finally being able to experience the same level of trip that the Australians have been doing to come to the US for so many years.
They love going on holidays over there, so I don't think it's a big problem, but I'm glad you're enjoying it over here. So we're just getting ready for tonight. So tonight we're going to have max log lift. So the women are starting at a minimum of 75 kilos and the men will be 140 kilos. So they can take jumps above that, basically. After that, we'll have the farmers race. It'll be a head-to-head race, so it'll be very exciting to watch. You'll have some very heavy weights being thrown around there. I think the women will be 110 kilos, the men at 160, so really, really heavy. Lynn, how does that stack up against some of the sort of international comps?
The starting weight for the log? I mean, it really is at that level. 140 kilos, that is a staple for heavyweight men. I would expect that many of these athletes today are going to go past that, but it's a great starting point. That's the standard that they need to be able to handle. The women, actually, the 75 kilos, I mean, that just a few years ago would have been some people's ending weights, and now that is the minimum standard that we're expecting. It really shows how the women have progressed in the sport quite dramatically over the last few years.
Yeah, right. And I know we've seen a big uptake in the sport here in Australia as well, especially for the women. So it's been really exciting, and it's good to see some of these athletes make it to this level. It's such a heavy comp. And obviously being Australia's Strongest Man and Woman, not just a state level or anything like that, even though they've battled it out at those state levels. So it's nice to know that we're up there with the world as well. It's good. So
Absolutely, and we're going to be seeing some of the athletes coming out today on the women and the men's side that have been on that world stage.
Yeah.
And it's really just showcasing that the sport of strongman is strong in Australia, and more people are getting involved as the sport is growing. I'm really excited to see a few names that are very familiar to me, but also a few names that I can see on the lifts and the notes here that I'm going to be looking out for.
Excellent. Well, we do have Josh Pataka, who would have been over at OSG, and we have Nicole Jenrick, Big G.
Yeah.
So they've both been over there, and I know G was, third this year, was it?
Third in a stacked class.
Yeah.
So what a way to jump onto that world stage, because I don't know, I believe that might have been her first OSG as well.
Yeah, right. So after having a baby, she decided to go all out. Good on her.
Absolutely.
Just briefly, I'll mention our sponsors. So we've got the title partner Quest Infrastructure. If you've been a fan of Australia's Strongest, you'll know that they've done a lot for the sport and put a lot into it. And we've got your SBD through City Strength. We've got Bilson's Brewery, which they make some nice cordial and some nice alcoholic cordials and lolly water and stuff. It's absolutely delicious. We've got Steel and Stone Gym from Queensland. Tiff's out here helping as well. We've got Strength Workshop down here in Sydney. Sean will be around reffing as well. Stand or Submit, the man, the myth, the legend. Mason, who obviously runs these comps and builds all the equipment. And we've got Tube Mail, who design tube mail delivery. We'll also have tonight some of the all abilities strongmen, strongmen and strong women having a go out here. So they've also battled it through the state comps, and it'll be interesting to see how they go. I know that the guys and girls that are out there are sort of ready to go. Now it looks like Buddha and Haley are ready, so we're going to chuck over to them now, and then we'll come back once they're finished.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sydney, welcome to Australia's Strongest Man and Woman 2024. We are coming live. We are coming live here from the Coliseum here at Meatstock Barbecue Festival. Welcome to you all here in the crowd, as well as the people at home at KO Sports all around Australia. So my name is Buddha Godfrey, and I am joined here on the floor by the Queen of the Capital, Hayley Love.
Thank you for a lovely introduction, Buddha. We are here today to find out who Australian man and woman is for 2024. Over the next few days, we will have 8 events that will push these athletes to their limits. And in amongst those events, we have overhead pressing, deadlifting, flipping cars. How many people have seen flipping car before? No. Oh, you're a freak. And then we've also got Atlas Stones.
Now, we do also have returning champions from 20,000. For the last couple of years, actually, the returning champions. We have had World's Strongest Man competitors. We've also had the 3rd strongest woman in the world, and men and women representing all corners of Australia. But let's not keep them waiting any longer. Do you all want to see them? Come on, guys, make some noise for them. All right, so starting off with our ladies, we'll have Hayley calling it out there.
All right, our first lady up, she is from Strong Geelong, a mental health and disability support worker, Sarah Halifax. Our next lovely lady up from Iron Arm Gym is Liz Aitken. And coming in next from Coal City Strongman at Hunter Strength and Performance is Rebecca Chesham, aka Big Bird. Next up, she used to be, she's moved up to the Gold Coast. She wants the warmer climate. It is Ellie Smith. And another Gold Coast resident from Coco's Gym is Ari Man. Heading back down to Victoria from Strong Geelong is Katie Blendon. And local in the Canberra area now, but from Darwin, is Alira Joy Cowley. From Beast Mode Cartel in the Morning Peninsula, we have Nick White. And last but certainly not least, our returning champion from last year, we have Nicole Henrik, Big G. All right, let's go. Get behind these lovely ladies and they're going to show you some amazing things today.
A round of applause, everyone, for our ladies forwards.
I need to. All right.
You're up next.
We're going to head over to Buddha now to bring out the men. So if our lovely ladies can come off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for 2024, for our Australia's Strongest Man competitors, we have next Sam Lemong Surf, coming all the way from Melbourne, Victoria. The not so slim shady. Okay, next up we have B Stone from Adelaide, South Australia. The big man himself. Come on down. There we go. And next up, Also coming from Melbourne, Victoria, we have Joshua Born Strong, Born. Now, coming all the way from WA, it's the Perth man himself. It's Adam Fulgrave. Now, next up, he has won an Australia's Strongest competition before. He'll be wanting to get another title. That'll be the speedster of strength, Jordan Osborne, coming all the way from Melbourne, Victoria. Now, we have a Queenslander from Brisbane, Queensland. It's the Jet Sword Wonder Boy. Now, training out of Beast Mode Cartel, representing the home Cook Islands, it's Jonathan Nelio. Now, next up, we have our youngest competitor today at the bright young age of 21. But that means he's a serious competitor still. It's Bradman Hurston coming here from Sydney. I think there's a few fans there in the crowd, eh? All right. So, next up, coming from Wollongong, here in the home state, it is Jared Taylor. Now, coming from up north, up there in Queensland, it's a world's strongest man competitor. It's John Stefan Korobo, also known as Korobo. Yes. Stay flexy. Now another man from the great Queensland there, training out of Panthers Gym. It's Miles Orek. Now, also coming out of Wollongong, the best looking thing apparently to strongman, it's Ryan Roberts. How dashing.
Ush.
I think he's got a little blush there. All right. So, another New South Welshman coming from Sydney. It's Thomas Wren.
I think he's going to show us his best dance moves in a minute.
Okay. Now, one of my favorites, also coming here from Sydney, New South Wales, it's Macaulay Big Mac Tinker. Now, another New South Welshman coming from Maitland, it's Big House, Big Horse, Reese Kirby. Now, the next fella coming from Melbourne, Victoria. He was 2023 Australia's strongest man. It is Joshua Pataka. He'll be coming back to try and defend his title. Now, next up, last but not least, coming from Northside, down there in Victoria, the northern suburbs lad, it's Jihad El Masri, our last competitor today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very big heavyweight. I believe it's actually this for Australia's strongest man. So can I get you to make a round of applause for our competitors? We are going to start it off very soon. We're going to start it off very soon. Ladies are just going to quickly get warmed up. I believe we're going to start off in about 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes.
10 minutes is what we've got. So, gentlemen, thank you. You can head back to the training area. Okay. That's ace. But next up.
All right. Woody's just taking control of the floor over there, so we'll leave him to it. So as you saw there, like we've got some pretty big names that are coming up. We've got Coco, obviously, who's done World's Strongest Man. I mean, it's great to have someone coming back to this level and doing it. And I think someone told me that he's hoping to qualify for OSG. Is that right?
That's the rumor.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think Coco competed at World's Strongest Man 2022 and 23, but as we've seen with the invites, didn't get the invite for this year. So I think he's out to make a statement in 2024 and say, hey, I should have been invited.
That's a fair call from him. He's got some big guns on him, so you'll see tonight that I'm sure his log press will be quite impressive, and hopefully he'll continue through the other events. I know that Sam LeSurf did a bit of a prediction thing and said everyone's sleeping on Coco and no one's given him the third place, but we'll see what happens. So the other people, obviously, I mean, Josh Pataka's going to be out there to defend his title. What do you think about him? You've seen him compete, so
I had the luxury of seeing Josh go and compete at OSG this past year, and he did extremely well. I spoke with him a little bit earlier today, and I think he's coming to defend that title, and people are going to have to take it from him.
You sure talk that way. So, yeah. Have you seen Geordie compete, Jordan Osborne? Because he's been the other one that people have been picked for the top two. So,
I have not personally seen him compete. I've just seen what's online. This entire competition has a lot of new faces for me, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Jordan's our 2022 Australia's Strongest Man. I was there. It was an amazing run. Just watching him power through everything, just absolutely smashing everything. Unfortunately, last year he only placed fourth. So, he had a bit of a lull of a year last year. I think is probably more what happened. He sort of took a step back from it, and I think he's here to win again. I think it's going to be tough.
I think sometimes you have to suffer a loss to really reevaluate your weaknesses and come back stronger. This competition with 8 different events, you can't really have weak links in the chain, as well as being able to go and obviously recover through that many events. It's an exciting thing to see.
Well, on that, I mean, we've got the 3 events tonight, and then we've got a whole 5 events tomorrow. I mean, that's a huge thing. A lot of strongman and sort of whole competitions are only 5 events, so it's going to be interesting to see them do the sort of got maximum log lift tonight. We've got the farmers race tonight, and then we've got the flagpole race. So 3 big heavy events that it's going to be pretty taxing.
Starting the day out with a maximum event, and one that has some prestige to it. So people are going to come in hitting hard.
Yeah.
I think that's an exciting beginning for the crowd, but I also think these athletes need to understand they can't overhype.
That's true. Yeah. And I know, max log can be something that you get very excited for, but sometimes that's just too much, and you can see it in some of the athletes. They get a little woozy when they get that log up there, so it can be a bit difficult to sort of match that height with the actual event.
We've got some amazing pressers coming out too.
We do.
You mentioned Coco, of course, but I remember looking through the papers. There's 3 or 4 people that are hitting that 190 kilo territory. That's world level territory.
Yeah, well, we saw BJ hit a double at 190 for Beast of Burden, so that was pretty impressive, and he put it to the big boys then.
Yes.
Sure showed them what he's made of. So, but some of the girls too. I mean, we've got the opening weights now. We've got a couple of them starting sort of in the 70s and 80s, but then we've got Ari, Nick G, and Katie all coming out over 100 kilos.
As a starting attempt.
As a first attempt.
Yes.
That's absolutely insane. Yeah, I mean, you look at a lot of the sort of gym bunny videos and they're like, look at me, I'm deadlifting 70 kilos or something like that. And these women are picking that up on an awkward object and putting it above their heads.
Yeah, the weight itself is impressive. The question I would have is, with us allowing 2.5 kilo increments, not knowing what the strategy is 100, saying, hey, I'm going to start heavy and, that's about where I'm going to end up? Or, as I kind of expect, are they just at that level that 100 is the opener? That's a safe bet for them.
I can tell you right now, all three of those, that's a safe bet. Each of their attempts, Ari at 100, Big G at 105, and Katie, the current Australian log record holder, that's at 107. It's a safe bet for all of them, I think. So I think they're going to go heavy.
Do you think that record's in jeopardy?
100%. I know that Nicole has said, Big G, she's very keen to take that back because she was the previous one, and I know Katie's here to defend it. So
it's going to be exciting.
It's going to be very exciting. For now, we're just going to go through quickly the overall scoring and how that works. So we've got a little explanation here. So basically, as a rough example, if there's 10 people in a category, the winner gets 10, the last gets 1 point. If you zero an event, they get 0. So if they fail to lift, for example, in the log lift, they have 3 attempts, and if they don't get any of them, they get 0 points. If they get one of them, they still just get the 1 point if they come at the end of all the others. If they tie, they average. So if 2 people come in first, they'll get 9.5 points. I think that makes it.
Yeah, essentially the 9 and the 10 get totaled together, and then they divide it by the number of people in the tie.
Yep, there we go. So that actually, it makes it more interesting with things like a max log. It makes it more of a strategic points event. So you need to make sure that that you've got that sort of that edge on your competitor. Even 2.5 kilos makes a big difference. So
we're going to see some gaming between these athletes as they watch each other. They're going to know whether they can, do that slight increment up, knowing that the other person just was near their limit.
Yeah, that's it. All right. It looks like the ladies are ready to go, so I think we're just going to cross straight to it by the looks of things. They're all sitting out there waiting, so let's see what they're ready to do.
I mean, I believe was our head judge, our head ref. I think our head ref is there, Tiffany Carroll, all the way from Queensland.
Miss Judgy McJudgy.
So, here we go. We've got Ellie Smith, a former Sydney sider. So for the opening lift.
All right, Ellie Smith up first. As we said before, 75 kilos on this log as an opener. So she's all G'd up and ready to go. I know Ellie has sort of struggled a little bit with her overheads, but she's been making up for it with coach, I think Max McCall, she's still with at the moment, and she's really been making some big strides in this one, and we'll see tonight. A little bit wobbly, but she's got it under control. Beautiful. A good lift. That's a good opener, and she's very happy with that.
Yeah, that was nice control there. I know leading into this, the opening weight actually was near her current PB.
Yes.
So I know getting that out of the way will go and calm the nerves.
Yeah. So up next, we've got a log change. So at 80 kilos, they change over to what we call the COVID log, which is a relic of a bygone era, hopefully, that never gets repeated. And we've got Liz coming out, pressing 80 kilos as the first one. Now, Liz has done 80 kilos many times. I know she's happy with 80 kilos as an everyday event. You can see in the traps and the shoulders there, she loves a good press. So let's see how she goes with this. Beautiful clean. And little mini split jerk there, and she's got that controlled and very
just
happy.
A step press, right?
Yeah. She's been practicing split jerks and push presses, and she's just moved over to split jerks. I think a lot of it's come from the overhead medley that's happening tomorrow. So that's one of the things she's actually been practicing a lot. So 80 kilos, successful lift. We've got Alira Joy Cowley coming up at 82.5 kilos.
It's worth noting that a lot of women's competitions, the log base weight isn't that heavy. And so the rotation effort is different, where this log being 80 kilograms empty, just feels a little different for the athletes.
Yeah, and if you look at the standard log, say, that they brought out for Ali, that's a 45-kilo log. Oh, my gosh, that flew up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
With
smaller log.
authority.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a newcomer to the sport as well. She hasn't really been going for very long, and she's straight into Australia's strongest woman. So she's going to come out and make a statement here, I think.
Yeah, I think that one was a low ball attempt just to go and get the nerves calmed.
100%. I know she was a little bit nervous, but she's very happy to be here.
Yeah.
One thing with this log that that came up in some of the previous competitions is that it's very end heavy, if that makes sense. So you can see the attachments on the end. They're actually fairly weighty. So there's 20 kilos essentially on each end of that log. So when you get it up, when it's cleaned, it sort of feels like the weight's a lot further out. So the bulk of the log is out further to the side. Yeah, Sarah obviously loves that.
Good control.
Beautiful split jerk. She's no stranger to this log. She was in the under 82 kilo finals a few weeks ago, so they used that as well. And yeah, she knows. She knows. She came second there, so she's currently second in the under 82s. And Nick White, what do we got? 85 kilos again, just like Sarah had. And she will absolutely smoke this. Nice little push press there.
Yeah, Nick is another one of the athletes that I'm familiar with because of the official strongman games. She got 8th out of the 82 kilogram world strongest woman class. So I expect her to do very well in this competition.
Yeah, and she did just compete last weekend in an 82 kilo comp as well. So down in Melbourne, she obviously won. But yeah, she's bulked up a little bit over the week for this. So Beck Chesham out, big bird, strong woman at 90 kilos now. She's a strong presser. She should easily get this. And just like a few of the girls here, she's coached by Lee Shaw. So he's an excellent presser as well. And very, very well lifted there.
Yeah.
And very happy with it, of course.
It's worth noting the difference of the athletes that we have. Nick coming in at barely over 5 foot tall. And then, Rebecca coming out towering over her.
Absolutely. And then back to Ari, who is a little bit taller than Nick, but also, not the tallest of athletes, especially once you get Big G out after her, who's the tallest one here. So, yeah. And again, Ari's a very, very strong presser. She just sort of fumbled into strong woman apparently, so just started going to the gym and then decided she wanted to do strong woman, and you can see why.
Absolutely. If this is the beginning, I can't wait to see it in a few years.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the same with a few of these women here. And like you said, the field with the women is actually growing very quickly. And one of the big reasons is this lady here, Nick Jenrich. She's been overseas. She's third strongest woman in the world in the OSG, in OSG, and that was against. So who was the other two?
Oh, absolutely. Rebecca Roberts, of course.
Yep.
And then we had Lucy Underdown.
Absolutely.
So she's in great company there. I would say Nicole is one of the few people that can challenge both of them on a deadlift.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that tomorrow, the deadlift for reps. So this is 105 kilos, and nice little jerk there, and easy. Tiff making her weight at the top there, just making sure it's all under control. But the standards are there. There's the same ref for each of the athletes, so nice and fair. Everyone's in the same boat basically.
And it's worth noting this isn't a standard rising bar. Everyone's going to do their first attempt, and then it's going to go back, and everyone will do their second attempt. So even though we're at 105 kilos now, athletes that came in at 75 and 80 will have a second attempt that isn't necessarily that high.
Yeah, that's right. We're getting the second attempts through, which we'll have a look at, but we've got Katie at the moment, current Australian record holder.
A lot of energy from the crowd.
Yeah, 107.5 kilos. Nice wide stance. Now she's an ollie lifter from her background before strong woman. We'll see if we get the split jerk. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Nice and easy. And loves it. Yep. She'll be happy with that. She may not show it, but she she gets very excited and absolutely loves what she's doing. So
now I noticed that she had a different kind of shirt than some of the other athletes. What would you tell me about that?
So that'll be the grip shirt. So they're kind of a rubberized silicone shirt. As you can see on Ali there, different brand, but it's similar sort of thing. You can see the shiny bits. So they just help grip the log to your body a little bit more. as you come up, as you clean it, the log can slip on your shirt. So having that little bit extra grip can just help with just that little bit of extra traction to get it up to your chest. Completely useless, obviously, once it comes off your chest, but it just helps with the clean. And again, like a solid clean will help with a solid press. All right, and
Yeah, I noticed that some athletes prefer, the grip shirt. We're seeing a couple different variations, and then others with the standard competition shirt.
that's right, yeah. Yeah, we've got Ellie here, 77.5. A nice conservative jump there for her. And again, she should get this nicely. Just got to get it steady. And, there we go.
Yeah, there's a good lift. I think there's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of just getting confidence with the overhead. I know that was listed as one of her least favorite events right now, but something that she's working towards.
Yeah, definitely. And it's very hard to come out for your least favorite event.
Right out of the gate.
Out of the gate.
Yeah.
Yep.
But she has a lot of great events coming, after this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know she absolutely flies on farmers, so we'll see that up next, and that'll be interesting because even if she gets just 1 point in this event, getting 10 points in the next event or 9 points in the next event, it's actually going to push her right up the scores. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's actually, it's better to come last in one event and first in the next than come fifth in both of them. So
and
we'll
with
see.
8 events, it actually benefits a more well-rounded athlete than someone going, and a specialist in one field.
Definitely. All right, Liz up again, 82.5. Another just conservative jump.
Nice.
And the mini step jerk comes out again. And again, very happy with it. Up next, we've got Alira Joy Cowley again, and she's going up to 87.5, so she's got a 5 kilo jump in this one, and I think we saw why in the first lift. She absolutely smoked that, and again, the nerves are going to be out now, so she's got that lift. She's got a score on the board. She knows where she sits. She's, 7th or something like that at minimum, so she's just going to go for it now, I think, and I think she knows that she's got this.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the lockout and the smile afterwards. Let's see it.
Best part of the lift
Oh,
is the big smile at the end.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so much power.
So athletes have 2 genuine attempts at the log. So when they put it back on the pads, they're now up to their second attempt. They've got 60 seconds to finish it off. So she can take a step back, but she's just opted to just go straight into it again. And all she has to do is hold it at the top, and she's got it. Oh. And got
There
it.
we
Yes.
are. Yes.
Oh, there we go. And our spotter's just catching the log.
It really
Yeah,
is
she's
an
psyched.
example where, she's just discovering how strong she is and getting used to this equipment.
That's right, yeah. And it takes a lot. It takes quite a few comps for you to get that confidence that you can walk out onto a stage, especially at this level. And you've got international viewers on KO. Like, you know that coming into it, you know what's going on, and those nerves are definitely there. So if once she works through them, she'll be up to 100 kilos overnight, I think. I think that's probably going to happen pretty easily.
Yeah, it's worth reminding people these are the best athletes in Australia. They had to qualify to be here. There's no one here that isn't bringing their best.
Absolutely. And Sarah Halifax up now. Second strongest in Australia in the under 82 kilos, and she's lifting 90 kilos above her head, above her body weight.
Oh.
And
Great
again, just struggling with that lockout, but getting it. Look at that.
I love the quick transition with the clean right into the rack position. You could tell that she was confident going into it.
Yeah, and she's a very strong presser as well. And again, she's stepping up into the open weights. She's an 82 kilo lifter against 120 kilo girls.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference in weight.
And I believe Nick is another example of an athlete going up a class.
Yeah, that's right. As we said before, last weekend competing at 82, it's a lot of weight to make up in a week. Oh, a nice little push press, almost a strict press there. I think she's got a bit more in the tank than 90 kilos. So, yeah, we'll have Big Bird up next at 95 kilos. So, again, we're going from one of the shortest to one of the tallest. We'll see the difference there. But just a lot more distance to clean it, basically.
Oh, the entire lift is going to travel a greater distance, certainly, for some of these athletes. They go and talk about the advantages for being tall in some events, short in others have advantages, but I expect a good lift from Rebecca on this.
Yep, there we go. Clean looking a little heavy, but the press is nothing. Look at that. That's 95 kilos straight up. And again, very happy with it. And she's got her partner and her daughter in the crowd, Benny, and I'm not sure what her daughter's name is, but she's basically said that why she does Strong Woman is to come and inspire her daughter that she can do amazing things. So it's great to see it out here.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, Ari stepped up to 107.5, which is what Katie took as her first attempt. So she's looking to just get that number on the board. It's a 7.5 kilo jump. That's a big jump.
It's pretty significant, but it did go and show that the previous lift was not an issue for her.
Yeah.
It was really just to get some points on the board, get the nerves gone.
All right, ready to go. Sizing it up, and up she goes.
Oh, yeah.
And pressing out and holding it, no doubt about that. That was solid as a rock. Absolutely solid. It's a big G up next with 112.5. And Katie's going to be out with 115 after that. So
I was going to say, is anyone going heavier?
Yeah. Katie would have seen the attempt for the G's chosen and used the tactics of coming last to just outlift the opponents, which is all she needs to do. 2.5 kilos more is still a win. So
we have to remember there's another third attempt after this.
There is. And I think based on what most people do, you take your first one is something that you can do. The second attempt is what you want to do, and then the third is just absolutely flat out what you really want to hit. So she goes up, and her little split sideways jerk, nice and easy. I think we should see a big number coming back after this in the 112.
It's interesting to see the different techniques. As you can see with some of the athletes, you will go and see a lot of jerk styles. Others are much more raw, just push press. And as we see, sometimes darn near strict press.
Yeah, Nick White just basically strict pressing that. It's just insane. But then you see some of the more explosive sort of Ollie type lifting, which you'll see from Katie now. You'll see her split jerk, and again, her Ollie lifting background it comes out here. And again, Ollie lifting is all overhead, so that's why she's so good. But
a lot of energy from the crowd right now.
Absolutely.
Getting behind Katie.
There it is.
Oh, yes.
Once again, no doubt about 115 kilos. And Katie is definitely here to make a statement with her log. She's a good all-round competitor, but her overheads are definitely her strong suit. Not that she really has many weak suits. She's a very strong competitor.
It can actually be quite the advantage for an athlete where that first event is one you can be most confident in. It can let you ride through the rest of the competition with, one, a lead, which is nice to be able to go last, but also just the confidence knowing that you've already done well.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ellie up next, 80 kilos on the COVID log. And you can see that just tipped a little bit sideways. Just got to get steady. She's got it up, lock it.
Nice.
And got it. She's got the down call. She'll be happy with that. Going 3 from 3. She may not have, she's going to come last in that because there's already been other lifters. All of them have completed more, but she's going to be happy that she made 3 from 3.
You can see from the celebration afterwards, that third attempt very well might be a personal best for her.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is. So I'd have to check the notes, but I would not be surprised if 80 kilos was a PB for her. All right, Liz Aitken up next. So she's third strongest in the under 82 kilos. Again, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I think it was, she competed in Bendigo at Meatstock up there, down there. She's coming out with 87.5.
She's fired up.
She is. Get it. So close. This will be a PB for Liz. This will be an outright personal best. in the gym, in comp, this will just be the best she's ever done. So she will be absolutely ecstatic if she can get this.
As you mentioned, giving that second attempt really helps these athletes get that additional opportunity.
And not quite completing there. Look, she's still going to be happy with 82.5. She didn't really need to go to 87.5. It would have just evened her up with Alira Joy. So, going out there, giving your third attempt, it's really what it's all about. And there was no way she was ever going to give up on the third attempt. So,
based on how she approached the log, I think she wanted that number. It really wasn't gamesmanship. I think it was something personal. It'll happen the next time she goes for it, I'm sure.
Absolutely no doubt. All right, Alira Joy, the self-described baby of the sport, and not the baby of lifting for sure. Looking a bit uncertain, but I think, look at that log fly up.
Oh, yeah.
As long as she can be stable overhead, then it'll be fine.
The clean was super strong. It's
Absolutely.
just the confidence. And look at that.
There it is. That'll be a massive confidence boost for her. 90 kilos.
All the power in the world just to finish that press.
Yep, that's it. All right, we've got Sarah coming up now. Just getting a bit of chalk on her hands, just ready to sort of grip the log a little bit better. Helps with the nerves and the sweaty hands, but also can just give that little bit extra grip.
Sometimes it's a little bit of a mental thing as well. They have the same practice that they do in the gym they want to do at competition.
Yeah, that's right. Your little sort of routine before. 92.5 kilos for Sarah here. Another nice clean. And straight into the press. No hesitation.
Another example of those 82-kilogram athletes competing at this level. Pound for pound, that was a great lift.
Absolutely. Nick White up next, 95 kilos. So this will, what did she have last time? 90 kilos. So this will put her up a place from Sarah. You can see she's got a bit of chalk on the thighs as well, so that'll help the log sort of stick a little bit better for that clean. Some of the athletes will actually use their thighs to clean the log. They'll push off those. So that'll help it fly up to the chest and then get her set for a good press.
Nice. Crowd getting behind her on this.
Absolutely.
Oh,
there we
yes.
go. Look at that. Barely any leg movement.
So much power and control at the end of the lift.
Yeah,
the lockout
absolutely.
was incredible.
Now, I know she's done a few different techniques over the years, but the push/strict press seems to be working for her really well. So, yeah.
Yeah, looking at that lift, I think she had more in her.
I think so, but I think it was maybe a tactical decision. So, being 95 kilos, it'd have to be. She's even with Beck Chesham at the moment, who's coming out for 100 kilos. So, I think she knew she didn't have the 100. But she's gone for the 95, and she kind of knew that Beck was coming out to get that 100,
oh, that was great.
which she has done, and loving it.
I think you're right. After all, it is a tactical decision where, yes, it's great to get a personal best, but with 7 additional events coming up, sometimes you have to save some energy.
That's right, and there's another overhead event tomorrow with really heavy implements, so you don't want to burn yourself out one day to sort of ruin your next day. So.
Exactly.
Again, strategic decisions over the course of the competition. All the little things just add up. It might be that these girls get big logs, but it might be that tomorrow in the overhead pressing that it's just not quite enough for them. So, Ari Mann here, 112.5 kilos. Not quite completing the press there, just getting that sticking point, just hitting it, and just not able to lock the elbows out. There it is.
Oh, nice.
And an amazing reaction from the crowd and from Ari there.
Really fighting to keep that press going. The first attempt, I think, probably just went a little bit in front. Hard to see from our angle, but the second attempt able to keep the push going.
That's right, and hanging back underneath it and just getting that log above you, it's hard to sort of nail that really, really well. It's not like a barbell where it's sort of you've got a little bit of leeway. The log's got a lot more weight out to forwards and backwards, so it'll tip forwards or backwards, and you won't be able to bring it back because it's just in the wrong place.
Absolutely.
So G out here getting a big nose full of the sniffing salts. She's got 115 kilos, so she's doing this to even up with Katie. Now, Katie's made a successful lift at 115 and has opted to go to 117. So if G gets this, there it is.
Oh, no issue.
Just applying the pressure. So Katie has to get this next lift. Now, again, Katie's a strong presser and she's got over 120 kilo log before and she's got the record. But she's under pressure now to make this 117.5 so she doesn't have to split points with Big G. So,
and I think this is another example where she doesn't need to go heavier. Even though she's capable of it, 117.5 will give her the win.
That's right. And again, conserving her energy for the next events.
Oh, this is great. The
Right,
crowd really
good
getting
hype
behind
up.
Katie.
Yeah.
A lot of energy here. Taking a little bit of time here, but I think she's got it.
And yes, and gets the down call.
A lot of people wouldn't be able to keep their composure when it feels heavy on the chest, but you can tell from the Olympic lifting background, she was just making sure that she could go and drive that force through her whole body, and it went straight to lockout. There was no press out at all.
That was brilliant. Yep. All right, that wraps up the women. So we'll
What
get
would
the
the
scores.
standings be on that now? I think obviously we know that Katie's in first.
Well, basically we've got Katie, G, Ari as the top three. We've then got Beck finishing on 100, and it's almost in event. Well, it actually is in reverse order than what they competed in. So Katie, Nick, Ari, Beck, Nick White, Sarah, Lyra Joy, Liz, Ellie. That'll be the order that they'll finish in. The scores will get tallied up and sort of officially done, but we'll make sure. So we might just see if we can duck into the interview over there.
Excellent.
Not sure if that came across on the live stream, but she said she's very much looking forward to the next overhead medley. So, yeah, that coming up tomorrow, she should run through that very fast.
Now, one thing of note, we only had one missed attempt out of all the athletes. Only one athlete didn't finish their third. Do you think that was a little bit of a conservative play? Do you think we will also see the same in the men's, or will we have a little bit more stretching and reaching happening on the men's division?
Well, looking at their starting weights, there's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them starting off with a minimum weight of 140, and with sort of a couple of them at the 142, 145 mark. I think most of these guys will have at least the 140. But we'll see.
Yeah, I do think that with Australia's strongest man and woman, the competition having 8 events, even though a max is such an enticing offer for people to go and, do something great for social media, hit their personal best, really make a statement, knowing that there's those 7 events afterwards, people are being just a little more conservative, paying attention to the competition, and I think you're right, looking at those starting numbers being just getting on the board kind of numbers.
Yeah.
I'd like to go and see it with some of the names that we have. I want to see some big numbers, though. I know that a lot of these guys are capable of it. I'm hoping that they have enough pressure from other fellow athletes that they push themselves to that level.
I think we're going to see that. Just looking at these opening weights, we've got Thomas Wren starting on 170. We've got Coco at 175, and we know he's a very strong overhead presser. And then we've got BJ Stone starting at 7.5 kilos above that at 182.5.
As an opener, that's
As an
fantastic.
opener. I wonder if that's not conservative enough. He's got his maximum log listed as 190 for 2 reps, but I think he did 195 in the recent weeks. So I guess himself and his coach, Tyson Morrissey, would have discussed this to the nth degree, and they should be on the money, but you never know. Sometimes an athlete goes against their coach on the day and just goes, no, I'm going to set a good number. So I guess we'll see. But 182.5 it's nuts.
It's worth noting, though, that BJ has been competing a while. So a lot of the nerves that a lot of people have where they try to get that first attempt out of the way, get the nerves settled, he's kind of done this enough times that he knows what he's capable of. And he very well might think that 182.5 kilograms is just an everyday thing for him at this level.
And it could very well be. I don't know that he's competed in strongman for that long, but he's definitely a competitive athlete who knows what pressure is. So
nice.
he really knows what's going on in terms of the competition. So we got Vijit Sood up first, 140 kilos, the man from Queensland. On the other COVID log, the men's COVID log. Just struggling to steady it there. And up we go. And down. So 140 locked out. It's on the board. And that's all you need at this point. It's just something on the board.
You can tell with the smelling salts and, just kind of, I think this was an example of, get the first lift out the door.
That's right. And it is Vijit's first time on this stage at Australia's Strongest Man, so he will have the nerves. Absolutely. I know he's a very confident man, but I think there'll still be nerves there.
Fantastic.
Now, this is the man of the hour, Sam Lesurf. The last time we saw him here, he suffered a horrific injury. He's built his way back over the last 2 years, and you can see there just strict pressing 140 kilos, which is pretty insane on that. But no,
they didn't
not
get
locked
it to
out.
him.
Didn't listen for his down call. So he didn't get the lockout, and now he'll have to do another rep.
It's
and
an
not
interesting
quite completing
technique.
it.
This is my first time watching him compete. Is that his standard pressing style?
I'm not sure if it's his standard pressing style, but I think he's just playing it easy with his legs. So what happened last time was he had a really bad injury with his legs, and basically the log came down on top of him, and it was not pretty. So I think he's just trying to build his confidence back up with his pressing, not using his legs as much because he spent 2 years rehabbing it. And anyone who knows Sam knows that he sticks to his rehab, and he's very, very good at it. So he's done a good job getting back to this level, but I think he just wants to stay at this level. So Miles Oric up now. Nice clean. Little bit of a jitter there with the rack hold, but holding behind it. He's got it. He's there. He's there.
Head through.
And not quite able to lock it. And you can see there, I think he's lost it a little bit just because you get a little woozy at the top. You can sometimes just get that blood flow doesn't happen to the head, and you sort of start seeing stars, and everything sort of goes a little floppy. So we're glad he got it up there, but just got to get that lockout.
As you mentioned, all these athletes have the exact same judge, so it's definitely fair. And I can tell you that the head judge is being strict. Even from our vantage point going straight on, it looked like it was close to lockout. I know that they're at more of a 45, so they can see if there's a lean back of any kind.
That's right, yep. And Tiff is a very good ref, so we've seen her across a lot of competitions. Josh Bourne now, Bourne strong. And almost strict pressing a half rep. That was generally not the sticking point that you see. You usually see once you get past that halfway point that it goes up. So just getting a bit of a G up from the crowd here, and hopefully his second attempt will go up this time. Just not able to lock it there.
Yeah, not really certain what was going on there. It almost looked like he might have been getting a little bit dizzy towards the top and just kind of bailing rather than, potentially losing it behind.
Yeah, I don't know. It sort of looked like it was there and then wasn't, so I'm not really sure.
It was a quick decision.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll see him come back.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure he's not going to give up now, so he's made it all the way. So Jared Taylor up next, another 140 kilos. This will be the last of the men opening at 140, and we'll have Ryan Rulis up next at 142. Let's see how Jared goes. He looks the part. He's got the shoes on. He's got the shirt on. He's got the pants on. And up he goes, able to log it out. So there you go. 2 out of 5 of the athletes starting at 140 have put a number on the board. So we're hoping the rest of the other ones can come back. They've all... the 3 that have missed the 140 have come back for the 140 again. They can jump up, but I think they're playing it safe to just make sure that they can get those scores on the board.
And it's worth noting that they do have that additional attempt. It's not that you fail an attempt and you're just done.
That's right, yeah. The 2 attempts in one go sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Sometimes you're 2 tacks from the first failed attempt. So let's see what Ryan can do here with 142. Again, a very tall athlete, so he's got a long way to clean it up to his chest, but he's a very strong man. We saw him last year and possibly the year before that. He was a runner-up, I believe, in 22. There it is.
Nice, strong press.
Very strong press. One of the slimmer of the athletes here too. I mean, you see a few different body types, but you know, a lot of the time you see the sort of what you call a big boy sort of body, and he's got more of the athletic sort of body.
You know what? His height, though, plays such a big role in it. He might be one of the heavier athletes out there, but you just stretch that over such a long, tall frame. And you're right, he has more of that athletic build.
Yep. And again, you don't see that at this level a lot. A lot of the 105s you'll see, they pack on as much muscle as they can and strip the fat off. These guys don't have to do that. So unless they really want to, or that's their body shape, then they won't.
And we're going to see how that plays in with some of the other events. You know, log, obviously, a little bit of mass moves mass, but some of these other events, that lean athletic body type is really going to favor athletes.
Absolutely. I know Ryan's very good at a moving event, so we'll see what John O'Nelio has this time. 145 for his first attempt. And done. There we
Little
go.
wobble at the top, but nothing he couldn't handle.
No, he's fine. He loves it. Look at him. Absolute character, an absolutely lovely guy. If you've ever spoken to him in person, he's just the most chill, sort of nice guy that you'll ever meet. Also, the Australian monster dumbbell record holder.
No kidding.
Yep.
Looking
Set at
forward
Vic's
to
last year.
seeing how that works with the press medley later on.
It'll be good. All right, Bradman Houston, the young man of the pack. Didn't have much to say before the comp. He was very quiet. I think he's just a very quiet boy, but he's a very strong boy.
We're about to go and see.
So again, 145 kilos for Bradman Houston. Just not locking it out. So he's going with the head back sort of technique. So turns it into more of an overhead bench press. He's got it, and that's good. That's what he wants.
You can tell there's a lot of explosive strength there. Just needs to fine tune and get that stability at the lockout.
That's right. And when you're up there with your back bent backwards as well, when you're trying to use that technique, it can be very difficult to sort of find that stability. You're trying not to fall over backwards. You're trying not to throw the log forwards, and just that little fine point. All right, Adam Fulgrave, 147.5 kilos. Check the Australia's Strongest story. You'll see him doing a beautiful photo shoot earlier in the day with the car that they're going to flip. Head ref Tiff getting him up to the bar, ready to go. So 147.5. Really looks like he's focusing on his technique here. He's taking his time to set himself up, which he can do. He's got the 60 seconds. Getting himself steady, pulls the elbows up to make it nice and steady, and locks it out, gets the down call. Good example of some really patient lifting there.
I was about to say, I believe he's got his mental checklist down. You could see before he began that press a deliberate focus for the elbows going up.
Yeah.
Get that good, strong rack position before beginning the press.
You do see that in the Olympic lifting as well. So that's sort of the more of the front rack type position. And it works for some people, it doesn't work for others. And a lot of the bigger guys have sort of poorer shoulder mobility, so they don't tend to be able to get that. And you can see he's got that mobility there that he can use. So
now it's worth noting the weight adjustment here. Tell me a little bit about the log. I know that these are custom logs made by Stand or Submit. But the fact that they're bolted on rather than free weights, does that make a difference?
It can do. It can stop the log from sort of having those rotating weights. So when you go to spin it up, that weight rotates with the log and it doesn't stop as easily as if, you had plates on there that might spin a little bit. So what you'll see is that some athletes might stagger backwards a little bit as they clean it. So 150 kilos, so it's not light in the first place. But these COVID logs, they're designed a little different, and it just sort of feels a little heavier in the hands.
Yeah, it's so rare to go and have a 150 kilogram empty log, and that's essentially what they're having here.
Basically, yeah. Mason is a mad scientist, basically, and he's very well known in the world of strongman in Australia. So Jihad Al Masri out with the first 150 for the night. And easily.
No issue whatsoever.
His brother, Fadi Al Masri, was at World's Strongest Man last year, I believe. So he's no stranger to the big stage. He's very close family, and I'm sure Fadi will be very happy to see him getting through that event.
Absolutely.
So Reece Kirby with 160. Starting to see what we might call real money here. 160 kilos as an opener.
Just looking at the build of this athlete, I'm not worried about this lift whatsoever. I think 160 was conservative for him.
You see with the belly, it helps. It might just look like he's a big tubby dude, but you can see that there. It really helps with getting that log up there, and that was like nothing.
Oh, such a confident clean. He went transitioned from the lap to the shoulder so quickly. Yeah, he wasn't worried about that at all.
All right, what have we got up next? Josh Pataka at 162.5 by the looks of things. Current Australia's strongest man. Just making sure they know what he's got on that log. Australia's sleepiest man, Australia's strongest man. Now, he might not show up, but I think he will be feeling a little nervous here. He needs to defend this title, and he won't win the log event. And he knows that coming into it. So he knows that he has to be on point for the other events.
But still make a good enough showing that reminds people he's the defending champ.
He is, and he's fired up.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
That shows some maturity in the athlete, too. He knows how important the crowd's involvement is.
That's right, and he's a power lifter before he came to strongman. And a very successful power lifter, so he knows all about hype. He knows about a competition. And you can see there, again, just the composure for that 162.5 kilo log just going up, nice and easy. He knows what he's doing, so that's really good. Good work from Big Josh there. All right. 2022 Australia's strongest man, Jordan Osborne, with 165 kilos. Should be a relatively easy press for him.
And you mentioned Jordan, he was the previous champ. He's going to be looking to bring that title back.
Definitely looking to bring it back to Geelong. Actually, I think he's in Melbourne now, but he had trained out of strong Geelong when he won that. So he's definitely not here to lose. I can tell you that much. A nice solid press.
Yeah, there's a lot of extra strength there that we're going to see a little bit later on.
So maybe he was just playing it safe to mess with people's heads. Maybe he'll come out and, 220 kilo log. Who knows?
I don't know, with the first attempt, were the athletes able to see what each other had already done?
I'm not sure. It can be kind of difficult to judge that, and sometimes they just get a sneaky peek over the shoulder. Sometimes they just listen in. Sometimes they've got the cup on a string dangling next to the scorers. So we don't really know.
With it being 2.5 kilos over the defending champ, I wondered whether maybe it was that peek over the shoulder. As
much as they're competitors, they're also mates. So it could be that they just talked to each other and they knew what they were doing. So a lot of camaraderie in these lads here and the women. And now we've got Big Mac coming out with 170 kilos.
Oh, he's coming out with some energy.
He always has energy. If you've seen him compete, this man knows what energy is. He is ready to go. Not going to say that was easy for him, but it wasn't hard.
I think that might have been an example of, wanting to push that opener to be a little bit higher than maybe would have been a comfortable lift.
Yeah.
But obviously not a concern, but I agree. I wouldn't have called that, a smoke show or anything.
Yeah, I would have called that halfway between the first and the second lift,
Yeah.
I reckon.
Maybe that will be another example of just getting the nerves out, and we'll find that his second lift is much better than his first.
Big Mac and nerves? I don't think so. So Thomas Wren up next, who's promised us some big overheads. He reckons he's got the strongest shoulders in Australia, so we'll see. He's definitely got some big shoulders. Last time he competed at Australia's Strongest Man, suffered a bit of an injury on one of the carry events. So his main goal this weekend was to stay uninjured. And look at that. Whoop, there we go. Just a little stumble, but he got it. He'll be happy with that.
Really, really strict but consistent judging all day long so far.
That's right. And again, Tiffy's a very good judge. She's ref quite a few comps now. She's got the gym steel and stone. She runs Brisbane or Queensland's Strongest up there, so one of the qualifiers for Australia's Strongest. So she has to have that quality judging, quality reffing to make sure that the athletes get that consistent sort of experience across the board.
Really looking forward to seeing what Coco delivers here.
I think we'll see a strict press from Coco. I don't think he'll use the legs.
Oh, there it is. Look at the confident smile. I think you're right.
And again, former world's strongest man competitor. Missed out this year, but coming back to make a bit of a statement.
Oh, the
Look at that.
smallest of leg drives. Reminiscent of Big Z.
175 kilos. That was pretty easy. All right, now we've got the big boy, BJ Stone, 182.5. I think this is probably the most interesting open lift of the night. Just seeing how this goes.
Absolutely. I know it's there. I just want to know how much extra is there.
You'll probably see a few 10, 15 kilo jumps, I reckon. And it'll be interesting to see how big of a jump BJ takes on the next one. He must be pretty confident for his third lift, I think. I think if he's got that 195 recently, maybe he's very confident for getting that again.
Oh, yeah.
But confidence, can always be your downfall. So let's see what he's got. 182.5 kilos. Just a little wobble. That for me is a second attempt. I don't think he should open with that. But again, we'll see what happens, and maybe he was just trying to blow out the cobwebs a little bit.
Yeah, I will say the clean was extremely methodical. It seems solid. The press didn't go straight to lockout with that jerk, and so he had to kind of save it with a little bit of a push out. I think that ultimately he's got more in him, but I agree. He probably should have played it a little bit safer on a slightly lower attempt for the first attempt.
Well, we'll see what his second attempt goes up to. Coco's listed 187.5 as his, so he's jumping up 5 kilos above that, and a 12.5 kilo jump for him, which is no surprise.
That is a significant jump. It really shows that Coco just came in. The smile said it all. It was just to get some points on the board and to get a feel for the log.
Yeah, and he knows what he's doing. He's a very experienced competitor in Australia, overseas, you name it, he's done it. So BJ opting for 190 as the next one. So interesting jump. Another 7.5 kilo jump.
And now we're coming back to Sam, right?
Yep, back to Sam. So strict press on the 140. Made it up but didn't quite lock it out, so not getting the down call. He's back to 140, and we'll see how this goes this time.
He needs to hold it.
There we go. And getting the down call, and then just holding it another second just to make sure he's fully got it. There it is. That's the knee that broke.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. He'll be a happy man, and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't take a third attempt here, but we'll see. He's a good competitor, but I think he just knows his limits. So let's see if we get a red box or if we get another number.
And as you mentioned when you talked about the scoring, getting, even if it is technically last place in this event, is still better than a 0.
Absolutely, because you get 1 point, not 0 points.
Correct.
So, and there we go. A little X, he's not taking the third. So Miles Oric now, back with his 140 again.
Uh-oh.
And again, just when you're sitting in that rack position with 140 kilos on your chest, it can just take it out of you. The blood stops rushing, stops flowing to your head because you're sort of cut off. You've got that pressure.
The crowd's
your
getting
neck
behind
back.
him.
Yeah.
I think if he has it, this is the time.
No.
You could tell. unfortunately, as you said, once it's in the rack position, you kind of know whether you've got the confidence, and it wasn't there today.
Yeah, and again, it'll come with experience, I think. And, you know, a lot of people suffer with that, the poor blood flow, and it's an issue that you can work through, but sometimes you just can't get it on comp day, and sometimes it's more of an issue on comp day. Some people, for hype, doesn't work for them for the log.
And we have to remember, 140 kilograms as an opening minimum lift is a significant weight for any of these athletes.
Absolutely. We'll see what Josh Bourne can do this time. We saw him nearly lock it out before, and again, just at that sticking point that he's got there, and it seems to be past the normal sticking point.
Trying to regain his composure. He's got this one last attempt here within that 60 seconds.
There's another newbie to this stage. So again, you know, you've got the nerves, you've got the atmosphere. It's 5 o'clock in the evening. You know, it's a late start for a competition. Usually we're wrapping up or we're just getting to Atlas Stones at this point. So fatigue can really play a big factor. I know earlier in the day, a bunch of the athletes were out the back having a nap. So they sort of stuck around here for a very long time, and they've waited till 5 o'clock to start. So
I think it's worth noting that that's somewhat unusual for a lot of strongman competitions to have that evening start. And if you don't know how to plan your day around that, you can come into the competition fatigued.
Absolutely. If you don't get a good night's sleep the night before, if you wake up at 6:30 in the morning and then you compete at 5, you're not going to survive the night. You're going to be night eyes at 7 o'clock, you know. So hopefully we've sort of seen that not happen too much, and that they've been able to manage the hype, they've been able to manage the fatigue. But we'll see as the day goes on who sort of fatigues a little bit quicker, especially over the moving event. That'll gas a few people, and you'll see it in the third event. So Jared Taylor up 147.5 kilos for his second attempt. Nice, easy clean. And gets the down call.
Definitely a good fight through that. It was not an easy lift, but he was able to finish it.
Yeah,
I'll be interested to see what his next jump is.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a struggle to say that that's a good lift for a second lift. It's probably a little bit harder than you'd want to see, but he's got 147 kilos on the board.
Absolutely, and as we've seen, even the minimum standard that is being set here for Australia's strongest at 140 kilogram on event 1, starting in the evening, 7 events to go. All these guys are working really hard.
Absolutely. Speaking of working hard, the loader's loading on the ends of the COVID log now. So Vijit coming out with the 150 after hitting the 140 for his opener. So a 10 kilo jump, nothing to sneeze at. We saw him have a little bit of a jitter when he first cleaned it on the last one, but we'll see what happens here. As I said before, he's a very confident boy. He loves the spotlight, so
there's some pacing. I think he's ready for this. I think he wants it.
Definitely ready for it. Be interesting to see his stone run. He holds the Australian record for Atlas Stone.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's 210, 220, something around those lines. So it's a decent sort of stone. We'll see how it crosses over into the log, though. As you can see, there's some guys here that have got much bigger logs already. So we'll see what his third jump is. He might jump up to the 170. You never know.
It's always so hard to, see from a television screen or anything like that the size of these athletes, because you're seeing them compared to their competitive, other athletes of the similar size, but they're actually enormous.
Absolutely.
And so when he approaches this, he is ready. It is a lot of energy and power.
Probably doesn't help that they're standing in front of Buddha either. He's a large human as well.
Oh, come on.
He's definitely got the energy to do it, but just not quite getting it there.
Second attempt.
So inside of their 2 attempts, they can have 2 launches off their chest, and then they have to drop it again and start again with their second legitimate attempt. And just not quite able to launch it there. Spending the energy in that first one. Again, that second attempt, it's not the same as your first attempt. It rarely works.
I also noticed, there's a logo on the log, so you're able to kind of see the center of the log a little bit easier. It just seemed to be on the right side a little bit from the clean. And so probably on that attempt, felt a little uncomfortable in the rack position. And then after spending so much energy in that first attempt, it was safer just to drop it and go for the next attempt later on.
That's right. So Ryan Rulis up here now. He's going the 150 as well, I believe.
Long distance for that log to travel, but it made it.
And you see there, he got stuck in the middle, but he was sort of able to recover that. He's sort of almost double pushed it in that he's jerked back a little bit as it's going up. And it can be a bit of a risky, I guess, recovery attempt once it's at that level and at that weight. But to be able to manhandle that sort of weight back up over your head, it's a fairly good indicator of that would be what you want to see from an athlete as a second lift, is struggling but able to control it.
Not certain whether it was the height of him coming up with the angle of the camera, but it looked like he was also doing really well keeping the weight on his front delts instead of pressing down on his chest.
Yeah, definitely. And that definitely helps. Keeps it off the chest and stops those blood flow issues a little bit. Mm-hmm. So John O'Nelio up now. Also going the 150. Goes for a walk with it. And Tiff make him hold it, but he's got it.
So much power to get it up there. Just that stability at the lockout.
Yeah. He's current Victoria's strongest man as well, this fella. So he wasn't expecting to qualify, wasn't expecting to get here, but sort of came out of nowhere, really. He just sort of jumped in there, hit an Australian monster dumbbell record and qualified for Australia's strongest man. So he's a very happy camper.
That's exciting to be able to go and, show up and be able to go and have such a good press right out of the gate, knowing that you weren't training all year for this event. It was a little bit of a surprise.
So Brabham Houston up, 150. We'll see a jump up after this, but Brabham Houston ready to go. And again, a good second lift. You can see it again, just getting a little bit heavy, and he's just managed to maintain control there as it goes overhead. So what you want to see is a second lift.
Yeah, it didn't look that much harder than the first lift for him.
Yeah,
I really think, as you mentioned, he's a younger athlete. There seems to be so much power that control will come.
That's right. And he's got a good coach there with Tyson Morrissey, so another international competitor who's been on this stage before, knows what he's doing and knows what it feels like. So what do we got? Adam Fulgrave up now, 155, so 7.5 kilo jump. Rocking all the PPE in the world. Some nice thick elbow sleeves, knee sleeves. He's got the grip shirt. And again, showing that he's got that little, oh my gosh, puts it into a good front rack position and then basically strict presses it.
Just like the first attempt, you can see him almost running through a checklist as he gets into position before he goes for the press. And it's obviously paying off. Definitely.
And being able to then essentially strict press that, I wonder if he's holding back on his jerks.
I think that in the end, I don't think it's a calculated choice to hold back on the jerk or save it. I think that, you find the technique that works in the moment, where we go and see that there's some explosive power, but it does seem like it is being strict pressed out at the end. So we're not quite getting the explosiveness from the body, from the hips that you would want to see with a full-on jerk technique. I don't know enough about his training and whatnot to see whether this is typical or whether it's nerves or the weight.
Yeah, it's a good point. So Jihad up next at 160. Again, you can see that stumble backwards. That's the log the weight's not rotating with the log. Nothing wrong with the press. He's happy.
Very strong press. I liked he has an extremely deep squat in his initial clean up there. He gets it into his chest and keeps it there. It was, as you said, there was a little bit of a stumble back, but that is because so much of that log is the actual weight of the implement. There's barely any weights on the side. The 150 is empty, and it was only at 160. But I did like that clean technique going into a deep squat.
Well, jihad being on the lighter side as well, as you can see, the sort of trimmer body shape, the log moves you.
Yeah.
You're not moving the log as much.
You don't have the big belly as well to
just
keep it on there.
Not as much as Reece Kirby here, who will use that as a brilliant platform. And essentially, he'll put it on top of his belly and stand up with it, is what you'll see for the clean.
Yeah.
There you go. Easy as you please. And then it becomes more of a front squat than anything else. And there we go.
Just like the first attempt, that was not an issue.
And 165 kilos, that one. So a 5 kilo jump. I reckon he's almost good for another 10 there.
Yeah, I was just thinking, as you said, that 5 kilogram jump from his first attempt, I think he's playing it a little conservative.
I think so. So Josh Pataka up next. Yeah, he's gone a 10 kilo jump. He's at 172.5. So that's a big jump. But again, Geordie is 2.5 kilos ahead of him again at 175. So
I think you might be right with the friendly rivalry there.
I think they're playing the game here. He might be Australia's sleepiest man, but he knows when to wake up and hype up.
Those smelling salts can help with that.
He's definitely woken him up. And again, you can see that methodical sort of...
He did not get that.
Didn't get it.
Goodness.
It was hard. Now, we have strict reffing over here, and you'll see some of the shows overseas. As soon as they hit that top bit, they can drop the log, and just not able to get it there.
I would say that was the slowest, failure on that first attempt, where you really, without knowing that the judge hadn't given it quite yet, you would just assume it was almost a casual, yes, I'm done, because it was just slowly moving forward. It's a shame that he wasn't able to get it on the second attempt, but he does have his third round. Do you think he's going to stick with the same weight?
I don't think he'll go much more than that. I think 175 is the most we'll see out of him. And speaking of Geordie with 175, I don't think there'll be a problem for him with that weight for him. I think, again, he knows he's not going to win this event, but he wants to put some good numbers on the board. And gets it. There we go.
That was a fight, but you can tell he's happy with it.
He's very happy with that. Again, based on that, I reckon 180's maybe there. I think it's a maybe. He knows how to fight. So he knows how to struggle through that horrible position that he's put himself in up the top there. So it'll be interesting to see if he does choose to go to 180.
I think I'd have to look at the scores to see whether doing a 5 kilo or just stick with the 2.5 jump, see what's worth it. Well,
that's right. And if you look at it now, we've got 2 more lifters, Big Mac being one of them at 177.5. So
we
maybe
very well might see that 2.5 jump instead. Yeah.
I think he'll see it. He'll go for the 180 if not more. That's for sure. He just won't not. 177.5 for Mac. There it is. There it is.
Some good engagement with the crowd.
That's the Mac we know and love.
Yeah, as you said before, there definitely isn't any nerves with him.
All right, Thomas Wren at 177.5 as well. Another 7.5 kilo jump. Just neck and neck with Big Mac there.
Much more of a casual approach to the log for Thomas.
Well, he's confident.
Yeah.
The one thing that Thomas Wren doesn't lack is confidence. If you've met him before, if you've seen him on Instagram, you'll know he does not lack confidence. It's probably a little less than he was expecting to go for today, but I think he's playing it smart. Again, his goal was to not hurt himself, so there we go.
There's a lot of power there for sure.
Definitely. I will be interested to see what his third attempt is, though. It will be very interesting. Mac and Jordan opting for 182.5.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Oh, my.
So we'll wait to see what Thomas chooses as his third. But up now we've got Coco, 187.5. I think these guys know that they were not going to beat Coco. I think BJ's the only one that can really hold it to him.
I was about to say, I think battle for the first is between these two athletes.
Absolutely. And I know, again, Thomas Wren's very confident about his pressing abilities, but I think he's just going to play it safe. He has had issues with hamstrings, so he won't do as well in the moving events, and I think he's going to hold back a little bit, given that he just wants to stay in one piece. So we'll see we'll see. The farmers are going to be his biggest sort of weak point. Now, Coco, do you think we're going to see a bit of a push press, or is he just strict again?
I think we're going to get the tiniest dip.
Tiniest. Look at that. You can see the blood pressure in the eyes there, but 187.5, no problems.
I love how he approaches it, though, where he's got this big smile going up. You can tell this is one of his favorite events, and he's just enjoying this moment, knowing that, maybe there's going to be another event in the future where he won't be able to get the limelight as much.
Well, he's still very strong in the deadlifts, so we should see quite a few reps out of him tomorrow, but I'm not sure about his moving events. I think he's still pretty, obviously he's world's strongest man level, so he's going to be pretty good. So
I know there's one event out there that everyone's kind of, I would say, eager to see, and that is the car flip.
That will be a spectacle.
Yes.
It'll be very interesting to see how that goes. It's waiting patiently out the back there.
Even the world's strongest man level competitors, very few have ever done that event.
That's right. It just doesn't come up.
Nope.
It's hard to do.
Yes.
All right, BJ here with 190. And again, we saw him get that double not too long ago. And look, that didn't look stable, but he managed to get it back. And again, he didn't have to fight too hard to get it. He didn't go for a wander. It's just a couple of steps. And again, that log just doesn't feel the same as normal logs.
Yeah, it wasn't that different from his first attempt.
That's right. Yeah.
The one thing I did notice was there was a little bit of some muscle quivering and whatnot, so we are definitely feeling this is a heavy weight.
Very much. Or 190 kilos.
Yes.
I mean, it's a heavy weight for anything, let alone above your head. So Sam and Miles both opting for no third attempt. Sam just getting his number on the board, Miles zeroing the 2. We got Josh Bourne, who needs to hit this 140 to get a number on the board. So let's hope he can push this up. We saw him just struggle with that lockout.
And it was a quick give up, if I would say, as opposed to fighting and you can say, no, he just didn't have the strength. I think this is something about a timing or a connection between the initial press with the whole body into the arms that he just hasn't been able to connect those together yet.
That's right, yeah. It just seems a little strange, I think. It's not something that most people struggle with there. So let's hope he can just hold his composure at the top, I think, is probably the main thing. I don't think it's a strength issue, and I don't think it's a technique issue as much. I think it's just holding his composure and just keeping himself together. Just getting a little of the sniffing salts in there.
Yeah, he knows this is his time. He needs this lift. The crowd
knows
him.
it. They know.
Strong, clean, stable base. Yep.
Just a little wobbles there. A little bit more of a fight there.
That was the fight we were looking for.
That's what we're looking for. That is so close.
Will he make another attempt in the 60 seconds?
He's got 30 seconds. He's going to go back for it.
I thought he was going to keep going. I thought he was going to keep going on that second press. All it needed is just to push back a little bit further behind his head, and I think his body would have gotten under it.
That's it. Let's see if he can nail it this time.
Oh, went for
Going
the Viper.
for the Viper. All right, and done.
A little bit of a last-ditch effort there.
Token attempt at it. So zeroing that event, unfortunately, for Josh Bourne. So Jared Taylor up next at 150. So we'll see the ends put back on this big COVID log.
It's really great to see when the crowd comes out and gives just as much energy for someone going for the opener, essentially, as they will for someone going 50 kilos heavier.
That's right. And that's strongman.
Yeah.
It's not something that people can't relate to. You push that weight above your head. It kind of is hard to know just how heavy that is, but people know that it's heavy.
Yes.
And even seeing, the strongest competitors struggle with some of the weights, and even some of the guys that have done more than that, and they come out with sort of a bit less and that sort of thing, and even people not familiar with strongman, that's a significant amount of weight. Yeah. And I think they know that.
Absolutely, and the camaraderie between the athletes, we can't necessarily see from the camera, but I can tell you from just looking, at the crowd and everyone, the athletes are cheering for each other just as much as the crowd is.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's one of the things that keeps the community together is that real good camaraderie. These guys are competing against each other for spots at international levels. And they're still mates,
Yes.
or most of them are mates, I should say. There's a few little unfriendly rivalries. There's a lot of friendly rivalries, and there's a lot of just mates who are happy to be here to be lifting with their mates. So, see what Jared's got.
That's a good fight. Oh,
That's
hold
a good
it.
fight.
Oh,
Hold it.
no.
It's so close.
You can
No.
tell from the clean, though, that transition from the log without having the attachments put on. Once it went to that 150 kilos and it was completely solid, the clean for him just felt different. You could see when it got to the rack position. And he opted to not even try the second time.
Exactly. So Vijit Sood coming out now, having another crack at 150, just to see if he can get that done. And Jared, again, opting not to take his second attempt, but he knows that he's got 147.5 and Vijit's only got 140. So there's no one else sitting on 147.5 that he would have beat. So there was kind of no point to it. Unless Vijit gets this, in which case, then there might have been a point to it. We'll see. Not quite getting that press there. And he's done with it.
And it really shows this isn't just a heavy weight, but with that implement locking in at an empty weight of 150 kilograms, it's a different animal that people just aren't used to. And you can tell it never really felt comfortable on the rack position for him.
We're just seeing that hesitation at the first press. He got the dip and then decided not to continue with it. And again, these are third attempts though.
Yeah.
So, to be fair, he did choose this as a second attempt.
Yes.
Maybe should have chosen 145, just to get that, just the build up of enough weight, and then getting it. Ryan Rulis out now. Ryan going for 155. Settling in the lap there. Nice, easy, clean. And got it.
A little bit forward, but he was able to lock it out and pull it back in.
Again, not so much different from his second attempt, a little bit harder, and you can see the form breakdown. Generally, you want to have the arms continuing straight up as opposed to sort of bending out because the log handles don't move with your elbows. But that's another technique that athletes can use to control that log as it goes up. So breaking it out a little bit sideways. If anyone's ever been coached on a bench press, you'll know that's the first thing they tell you not to do is don't push out sideways with your elbows. So
I was happy to see that he was able to recover. It was going out in front, and sure enough, the judge absolutely wasn't going to give it until those arms came in line.
That's exactly right. So we've got John O'Nelio up now at 155 as well, and then we'll have Bradman Houston at 155. Jono just struggling with the balance there. Again, those extra bits on the end. And resting on his head, so that's a no rep. So no touching on the head for safety reasons, obviously. You can't headbutt it up. Might be helpful for some people, but no, not a good thing. He's got the time if he can just finish that press. No good. Knew he didn't have it as soon as it came off his chest. But he's finished up with a 150, so it's not too bad. It's put him in a decent sort of position. And again, he didn't expect to be here.
Yeah, and it's mid-pack, and that's totally fine. Get the first event out of the way. I would say the thing I noticed on that last attempt, and your third attempt, but also a second attempt within the third attempt, is he never really got that rack position up high enough.
That's right. That's probably the hardest part of it is getting that rack position and then being composed in it. The press is strength thing, but getting it in that rack position properly, you don't land it there, you kind of stuff yourself up for the rest of the lift. Grabbing Houston, going straight up. There it is. The crowd absolutely loving that.
I would wager to say that was his best lift.
Definitely. And I think, again, being the young lad, first time on the stage, it's nerves.
Yeah.
He's got more in the tank. That was definitely a very controlled lift. There was no doubt about that one.
Certainly the youngest in this field.
Yes. I don't early 20s. think 22, 23, something like that.
He's got a baby face, though, when you look at strongman.
Yeah, you see him bald with a beard, you know?
Yes, exactly.
He's got hair, so. All right, Adam Fulgrave, 160.
I know he'll be happy with that lift that he had just done, though.
100%. Another one he's just been happy to be here, I think. Not quite as composed, but he's got his checklist, he's got his elbows there.
And
a bit more of a dot.
What a
That
fight.
was good.
That was excellent.
Yeah.
I was worried at the beginning because there was a little bit of movement, but like you said, he is methodical. He goes through his checklist, make sure before he attempts a press, he is in the right position.
That's right, and I think he's got more in the tank. I don't think that was a max lift for him, but
Save it for the next event.
yeah, there was no point in doing it. And again, you know, when it's your first attempt, well, you first sort of step out on this stage, you may not know how hard you need to go, but you also just want to be here for the experience. So you don't want to tear a bicep or, you know, a tricep or anything like that when you're out on your first event.
Absolutely.
Jihad also attempting 165 here.
Just getting the log the way he wants it.
Yeah, now we had some directives at the start that it would start further forwards and then the athletes can choose where they want to put it. So up on his chest, a little slow. We'll see what the press happens. There it is. Gets the control, gets the down call, and holds it.
I'm impressed with that. That is an excellent third attempt.
That was very good. Didn't struggle.
And one of the smaller athletes in the field.
Yeah. Seeing some pretty decent attempts from the small boys. I mean, he's what, 130, 140 kilos?
Well, in stark comparison to who we have coming up.
Reese Kirby coming up, probably one of the bigger boys of the comp with 170 kilos. Well, he probably weighs about 170, but it's 170 on the log, so not a huge person in the world of strongman, but in Australia he'd be one of the bigger ones. So log's loaded, ready for him to come and grab it. Just chalking up a little bit. Making sure he's composed and ready to go.
Yeah, composed is what I'm seeing here. Is not a lot of overdone emotion, no lost energy.
Yeah. Just wandering out there, making sure he's set.
I think he knows he has this.
I think so.
Look at that quick transition.
Yeah, there's. Oh, if he doesn't lose that, it's good. Not quite. Oh, he's not happy about that.
There was the power, but it looks like he is not even going to go for the second attempt.
No, he'd be pretty upset with himself on that one. He did not look happy, but he had that.
Yeah.
Had that. Just couldn't stabilize.
Very impressed with the transition speed up to the rack. That tells me that he had confidence going into the lift. It just went a little bit too far back.
100%.
And Josh here listening to his music, getting amped up, getting the smelling salts, waking himself up. Here's a stark contrast. Lots of energy walking onto the field here. Oh, excellent fight.
172.5 kilos.
He's going to be happy with that.
There it is. The big gorilla man. He's getting a bit of congratulations off MC Buddha.
It's a good comeback because the previous attempt, that weight was not given.
That's right. So Jordan Osborne, 182.5. And once again, coming out to make a statement, making sure that everyone knows that he's back to reclaim his title. I still think it's going to be very close between him and Josh.
With 8 events, we won't even have the beginnings of a podium prediction until midway through tomorrow.
Absolutely not. I was looking at last year's and the difference between the podium versus the first day scores, it was quite different. So 182.5 kilos. Just not getting past that sticking point. And not quite. And he's bowed out there. He's hit his 175. And again, kind of no point. No one else has hit 175 that hasn't already gone above it. So he's not, if he didn't make that lift, it wasn't convincing enough to sort of say that he'd get that next one. There was really not much point.
Yeah, I felt that like the technique on that third attempt was different than he had done on his second, where there was only one athlete that was really doing that strict press.
Not sure if you can hear it on the stream, but the crowd went absolutely nuts for Big Mac here.
Oh, yes.
They love him and he loves it. So another 182.5 kilos. And look at that.
I think he just got better with each attempt.
He did. Look at him. At least fired up. Don't let it fool you. He's one of the friendliest guys in the world. Definitely a good competitor, though. You can see he knows when to fire up. He knows when to just get it going. It's Thomas Wren, 7.5 kilo jump, 185. Does he have it?
Ooh. I think he wants it. When you look at it, he's definitely prepared. I think he looks at it like prey.
There is no doubt about that. He wants to eat that log for breakfast. I think I'm on the fence about this one. I don't know.
If he's anything like Big Mac beforehand, getting better with each attempt. These guys are just warming up, basically. Now it's finally at the weight they want to be.
This is the one they really want. Third attempts, it's always where you want.
It means a lot to him, though. You can tell there's a little bit of apprehension. He wants to be fired up for it.
Well, he wants to stamp his mark on this stage. He hasn't been able to do it in the last few years. And he's got it. 185 kilos.
Good attempt. Strong fight.
He's back. He's telling you he's back. That's what he wanted. That's gonna really build his confidence coming into the next few events.
He did not rush that at all. He just kept pressing until it was locked out.
All right. Coco up next. He's opted for 190.
Let's see if we see the smile, the wry smile, knowing that this is not a question mark.
So this will even him up with BJ, and BJ's opted for 200 as his next lift. So I don't know if BJ played it that smart there, given the lifts that we saw before, but who knows? I know BJ's got it in him.
There he's going into it with a smile.
There it is. Coco's ready to go.
Crowd getting behind him. Yeah, the clean, that took an awful lot out of him.
That's interesting. So he's got 187.5 on the board, which kind of that puts him in second place no matter what.
I'm wondering whether he was really just gauging how much it was worth the effort versus knowing that BJ has this next lift, and then it wouldn't matter anyway.
Well, the best he could do was split points with BJ at this point. And I think I'd be pretty confident to say Coco's got some stronger events than BJ across the board. So he doesn't need to beat him.
Well, the fact that BJ did not do a conservative next jump, he's going straight for 200. I think we all want to see him hit this.
Obviously. That's what we're here for. 200 kilos. No problems with the clean.
Just
little not quite able to do it. But that's it. He's still got the win.
And now knowing that Coco did not tie him, there's no need to push.
Yep. There's no pressure. There's no requirement for it.
So I know with the ladies, it was pretty much a straight reverse order on who was, in the lead. Is it ending up the same for the men? We know that we've got BJ and then Coco.
Look, it's pretty close. It's not a huge difference than what they opened at. Probably a few surprises in there, but I think that's probably more just because of the jumps that they chose rather than what they're capable of doing.
The staff resetting the field for farmers at this stage.
That's right. They'll get it set up so farmer's not too far away.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The athletes are going to be reordered based on their placing in log, right?
I believe so. So the standard scoring rules will be you go in reverse order of where you placed. So first place will be able to go last, and that just gives them that little advantage of knowing what their competitors did, and especially on a timed race like Farmers, you know how fast you have to run.
Oh, absolutely. The most intent watcher of any event is the next athlete to go.
Absolutely. So the loader's working really hard today, and I know from experience just how hard that is, and I'm sure you've been there and done that before, Lynn.
Definitely.
The Australia's Strongest crew, I mean, I don't think any of these guys are getting paid, so definitely something to be proud of.
It's the thing about strongman, this sport, we're doing it for the love of the sport. This community, the volunteers, they work so hard, but you go and ask them, and it's not even a question mark for them.
Absolutely. And I mean, as much as the competitors are here for it, these guys, the majority of these guys on the floor that are helping are athletes as well. So I think we're going to cross over to Buddha down on the floor so that he can have a quick chat to BJ, the winner of the Max Log Lift.
Hey, to our friends home at KO, we're here with the winner, BJ Brenton John Stone. Mate, that was incredible, 190 kilogram stone there. How's your training been for this one?
Training's been really good for the log. Like Parkinson, my coach, is amazing at programming, so it's been really good. Like missed 200 in training as well, but I hit 195 in training, so I was confident that 190 was there.
Especially on a comp day, you don't get to control things as much. That's for sure. So to even put 190 on the board, that's a world standard log. Honestly, that is definitely a world standard log. What's going through your head when you're kind of cleaning? You've got it in your head there. What are you thinking about, really?
Well, the first thing is to remember to take a breath. But then after that, it's just about trusting in my leg power and just getting under it as fast as I can to get to the lockout.
So, breathing's essential, apparently, hey? Okay, so essentially you guys go and make sure that you're getting underneath that log as fast as possible because you're using a bit of a push, press, push, jerk kind of technique. What would you call it?
It's like it's a push jerk, but it's just not a very good push jerk. It's a lot harder to push jerk a lot than it is a barbell.
Yeah, and would you say that Max Log is one of your favourite events, would you say, or?
Yeah, Max Log is definitely up there with one of my favourites. Max Axel would be probably my all-time favourite.
Max Axel. So, next up, we've got the Farmers Walk. How do you think you're going to go in that?
Farmers is a notoriously bad event for me, so we'll see.
Look, we'll hold our breath for you, even though breathing is essential. But anyway, BJ, congratulations on winning event number 1 of 8 events. We've got a long 2 days to go up ahead, so congratulations. Is there anything you want to say to home, to the folks at KO?
Just thanks for everyone for watching and keep watching because these people are absolutely amazing and doing amazing things. There's a lot of training that goes into this. And, yeah, thanks for watching.
That's exactly it. Thank you so much for supporting us from KO. All right, guys, we'll let the guys get all warmed up. I'll let BJ go get warm up for the Farmers Walk for event number 2, and we'll throw it back to our commentary team there in the box.
All right. BJ there, man of many words. Loves it.
Yeah, they went and brought it back over to us. That was a really exciting event, and I think that the equipment, finally being able to kind of debut that kind of equipment, at least for me being able to go and see it, it's a different type of log, a very visually appealing piece of kit for not only the men, but also the women. Really excited about that. Speaking of kit, look at those farmers. I have never seen anything like it before.
We saw these in Melbourne for Australia's Strongest Man and Woman previously, and they make a racket, these things. They're just a big steel, empty tub that Mason's welded together. Absolute mad scientist. There he goes. And they're heavy, they're loud, they're not your normal farmers.
You know, a lot of people talk about, with farmers, there's strategy between grabbing the front or back of the handles. This really eliminates it because of the length of the farmers. You can't actually, you can't handle a lean forward at all.
No, definitely not. And there's no setting heights. The shorter athletes, they're not going to be far off the ground. I know Nick White, and I don't want to pick on her or anything, but she's probably the shortest out there. She has done this before, so she knows what they're like. So she will pick it up off the ground. which is nice, but yeah.
Yeah, it could be unfortunate if you have to be on your tippy toes the entire way.
That's right.
But I'm certain it was designed to be able to accommodate, that's the thing with this equipment. It has to be able to accommodate athletes like Nick, who are barely over 5 foot tall, all the way up to some of the heavyweight athletes, going 6.5 feet tall.
That's right. Well, they'll have a big deadlift to pick up,
Yes.
basically. We're just waiting for the scores to come in. We'll have them in a minute so we can give a quick recap of who's where. But as you can see, the farmers are going to be up next. You can see there that they'll line the handles up with the line. So some of the events will go tip to tip, which is just sort of a little bit different than what we're doing here. Where the athlete ends up is how far they've run. So they'll have to pick it up on the line. They'll have to run over the line, drop it, turn around, pick up, and on the way back. So,
and I think that was a smart choice based on, the square footage of the arena space that we have. It's a beautiful arena. Holds 1,000 seats here, but the distance from one side to the other really isn't that far. So that's why we're only doing 10 meters, and they're having to go not just down one distance, but they have to come back.
All right, so we got the scores there. Just give a quick recap. So obviously Katie with the 117.5, getting a 9 points out of the 9 women field. We've got the overall scores, but it really doesn't matter at this point. We've only done one event, so we'll just quickly run through. Katie pipping Nick G by 2.5 kilos, just getting that clever sort of choice. And then Ari, another 2.5 kilos behind that. That's close.
Oh, yeah.
That's really close, especially for some really strong presses. And then going down, Beck Chesham at 100, Nick White at 95, Sarah at 92.5, Alira at 90, and then Liz at 82.5, Ali at 80. So some good numbers there.
The thing I notice about this is that it's a really clean spread. There aren't any ties on this, and you can definitely see the people who were going out in for the heaviest weights. You've got the top 3 there, easily 12.5 kilos above everyone else in the field.
That's right. So we might quickly check the men's now before the women start the farmers. This one will be more interesting to see because it was a little bit closer. You see there, Jihad and Reese tied up and splitting points there. The same with Ryan and Bradman, and Vijit and Sam Lasurf down there hitting their 140. So it gives you a bit of an indication about how the scoring works, and it's actually a really good representation of that because you've got up the top BJ with 2.5 kilos above Coco, and then Thomas Wren, another 2.5 behind that. And you can see how much just that small amount of weight, there's 7.5 kilos between 4th place and 1st place, and each of them are clean placings. There's no split points up there.
Absolutely. About half the field seemed to be in contention for this log event, and then the other half really is kind of trying to save it for the next events.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, knowing their capabilities as well and just sticking to what they can. Not too many missing them, but a couple of zeros, which again, coming out of the gate, it doesn't really help. But if you can go into it knowing that you're not going to hit that weight, it can actually be a confidence booster to just walk out there, do it, and it's done.
You've got your worst event behind you.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. I think the women are nearly ready to go on the farmers. Just holding for the MCs to be ready to go. So we'll have Ellie Smith up first. Again, reverse points order. So whoever came first in the last event will go last. In this case, it'll actually be 2 of them. So it'll be Katie versus Nick G, essentially. Now, that's not to say that if you're going head-to-head with another athlete and you beat them, that you're actually winning. It's a timed event.
And in this instance, since there's an odd number of athletes, Ellie will be going by herself.
That's right. Now, she's done these before. She knows how horrible they are, but she's across the line there. And again, being a taller athlete, it's just so far to pick it. It's a huge deadlift. That's 110 kilos in each hand. So that's 220 kilos. Is that nearly 500 pounds, isn't it?
484 pounds.
That's a lot of weight.
Yes, there are plenty of strong women out there in the world that would be an accomplishment in and of itself.
Just picking it up, and these girls have to run with it.
And she's already picked it up half a dozen times or more.
That's right.
But just really close to that ending line. Will she be able to do it?
bit of a surprise there because she's pretty good at a farmers event. So I wonder if maybe these handles are just not what people are used to.
Yeah, I was trying to debate. She was able to pick it a lot of times, so it doesn't seem like it was a strength issue. I'm wondering whether it ended up being grip.
We'll soon find out. So up next we'll have, I believe it was Liz and Alira. Knowing Liz, she's had a good training for this. She's pretty confident with it. So she loves an event that hurts is probably the biggest thing. I know she's looking forward to the Searcher tomorrow. She absolutely loves that event. Not sure how Alira goes with these. I haven't really seen much of her training on this, so it'll be interesting to see, but she seems strong enough.
Yeah, I mean, certainly for me, this is the first time I'm seeing this implement, and I can tell you it is an intimidating piece of kit. I think every one of these athletes, if they have not used these farmers in the past, they're going to be apprehensive towards it.
Yep, we can see that. So they're just having to choose their lanes there, and Liz getting fired up.
Oh, yeah.
Loves a hype. She intimidates the young lads at the gym, I can tell you that much. And again, there you go. See that Liz dropping that would indicate to me that this is a difficult implement. And Alira's gone all the way. She's ready to go back.
Yeah, she did the full course with no dropping.
Yeah, she's got this. It just looks like it's a bit low in her fingers, but she's got it. She's got the grip there. Liz just struggling to get it there. Alira making it almost all the way. She can drop it and pick it up as much as she wants, but she just has to get it across that line without sliding it. And making it. Look
Excellent.
at that.
First athlete to get all the way down and back. Got to go past that initial deadlift. Need to be able to get control and start walking.
Spinning the mouth guard. She's not where. She won't be happy with that. Well, you know, the worst you can say about that is she's here to have an experience. Again, she came third in the under 82s not too long ago. But Alira's performance there was, I don't want to say surprising, because we know she's very strong, but it was pretty good.
You know, I think in comparison to what we were seeing just before with Ellie, as well as in the lane opposite, it made it a surprising performance. But going all the way with no drops and then almost returning with no drops, that really was excellent. It's very strong grip. It's kind of time to tell whether that is going to hold up on time, though, because she was able to finish, but we've got a lot of really strong athletes coming up.
Absolutely. So Sarah Halifax, Nick White. I know that Nick can sometimes struggle with grip, but she generally doesn't struggle with farmers, which is a little bit funny because generally farmers is a grip event, but she's, I guess, as opposed to grip, she's got a lot of grit.
Yes, the mental fortitude side.
That's right.
I think both of these athletes seem kind of ready to go.
They definitely are. They're no strangers to each other. They're both Victorians, so they compete against each other a fair bit. But Nick just struggling there. And remembering that Nick's come from the 82s as well, so Sarah would have been against her before. But Sarah making it all the way, and I think that's a little bit faster than Alira.
Can she make it all the way back in one run? Nick is a fighter. You can just tell.
We saw, not last year, but the year before, at Vic's Strongest Woman, they had a coffin carry for distance as a tiebreaker, and it was Nick White versus Katie Blunden. It was a spectacle to watch. They absolutely went head-to-head on that one.
This event is brutal, and it's really showing how strong of a performance we just saw before. Every one of these ladies they're having a hard time with the grip on these handles.
Yeah, that's right. It's just a horrible looking implement, isn't it? I wonder if Nick will get it across the line. She's just got it to 10 metres. She'll be happy with that. Sarah's about 19 metres. So total of 20 metre course, 19 metres. And I'm not sure, I think she's just gotten above Ellie there.
Yeah, I believe she passed Ellie on that. However, you could see from her looking at her hands, you know, it cost her. Luckily, there's no lasting damage there.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that there's nothing busted on there, but it is brutal on the hands, that event. You tend to see some people with ripped calluses and sometimes a bit of blood coming out. So as long as we're all in one piece, then they should be happy.
That's definitely proving to be a very hard set of farmers.
And it's one of those times where we can really get the...
So up next, we'll have Beck Chessam and Ari Mann. Now, Ari's come out and said that her moving events are one of her best.
You know, the trick, though, is whether you can keep on holding. These athletes are ready to run with it, but if the hands let go, it ends up being just deadlift for reps for these athletes.
That's right, and it's probably not what you want the day before a deadlift for reps, is it? I think you're supposed to wait a week, aren't you, for that at least?
Yes, I believe so. And doing raw rolls, no straps on those.
Now again, it's a grip event, so no straps. You've got to hold the whole weight in your hand. It's one of the more brutal events, I think, of strongman, because it tests not only your physical static strength to pick up that weight at 220 kilos, it tests your grip, it tests your moving ability, and it tests your willingness to fight through the pain and not let go of those farmers. Ari off to
that's a
flying
great start.
Look at that. I think we'll see a good time out of her here. No doubt about that. Beck just not quite making it all the way there. She's done pretty well, though, especially compared to Nikki and to Liz. She's made it almost the whole course.
Oh, I thought she was going to do it all the way.
And down, there she goes.
That has to be the next, best time right now.
Definitely. And Beck on her way back. Once again, just struggling, but she has to get it back to a bit more than 19 metres or all the way. The crowd going absolutely nuts for her here, just giving her that little extra G up. And calling it there. That's going to be close with Ali.
I was about to say, it's hard to tell, just whether that is further or not than another athlete, because they're ending up right there at that ending, but not able to cross.
Just looking across the scores, Ali got 16.7, and I think that's going to beat that because Tiff's got her foot there on about the 18-metre mark, so I reckon she's just above. Sarah getting 18.9. So we're just waiting for the scores to come through, but Ari is definitely ahead. Alira Joy Cowley at 38.15 seconds. Ari smashing that at 25.3.
That's significant. Now this next heat, though, I have a feeling this is going to be fast.
Katie versus Nick. This is really going to be fast, and I think it will be a running race, this one. Sub 20 seconds would be my bet.
Oh yeah.
And she is flying through. And unfortunately, Katie just dropping it there.
It really shows you can have all the speed you want, but if the grip can't handle it. But look at what Nicole has done.
Yeah, there's no doubt that's the best time. So Katie just struggling there. She's a strong deadlifter, so yeah, I wonder if her hands are just giving her a bit of trouble just holding on to those.
Well, it really shows that all of the athletes that have been able to complete this course really, really had to earn it. I think we only had 3 or 4 finishers.
Just not getting the pick. And I think that's going to put her way down the points. Yeah, that's surprising. So she'll have a first and a last for that. And that's going to mess up the points a lot. So we end up with Big G on 13.88 seconds. No surprises that she won. But Ari in second. I think everyone's picked Ari as second place. And I think that's right. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think it's going to be consistent across the board. But seeing Alira there at 38 seconds, and it's not a fast time, but it's better than any of the others.
Well, the reality is it's all relative to the competition. In this field, that is a great time. Just finishing the course gets you great points.
Exactly. Might try and see if we can sneak into the last bit of the interview with G. Buddha's nicked her really quickly, so we'll try and cross over to that.
a chat to you before that soon. We are just preparing the farmers' walk implements for the heavyweight strongman, and I'm going to verify what the actual weight is in each hand.
All right, so we're just having a chat to G there. I'm sure there'll be a few more over the next couple of days.
She's really set herself up well with a second place on the log and then a first blistering pace for the farmers. That's going to set her well above in the points. I'm looking forward to seeing what the overall standings end up being.
It'll be interesting, that's for sure.
700 pounds. 350 pounds in each hand. I don't know how to put it into perspective. I mean, it's incredible.
So I'm here with Big G, who just won the farmers race. So he did 110 kilos per hand in 13.88 seconds, which is so fast. How do you feel after doing that?
Actually, I've still got to get my breath back, but actually so happy. Struggled a lot with this in training, so stoked. Yeah.
It was amazing to watch. And also we're going to put you up in a nice position on the leaderboard because you came second in the last event, so staying consistent so far across the times. Yeah, so what else? What other events are you looking forward to?
Definitely the Stone Series tomorrow. It's my favourite, so.
All right, anything you want to say to anyone back at home?
Easy.
Okay.
Well, you heard it there from Big G. Easy.
A lot of confidence on that.
And she deserves it. You know, she's come back into the sport after having a child, and she's absolutely nailed everything. She's just flying through the events with third strongest in the world. You know, what can you say more than that? All right, so we got the boys up now. 160 kilos per hand in these farmers. That's a 320 kilo lift, carry, run.
It is definitely a heavy set of farmers, but after what we saw with the women, do you think we're going to see some challenges for the men here?
I think the points will get shaken up. That's for certain. Again, like having a strong overhead doesn't relate to this at all.
We saw that with Katie, unfortunately, going from a first in overhead to, unfortunately, I believe last on the farmers.
Yeah. And again, Josh Bourne coming out because they've got a uneven field, so he'll run by himself. The rest will be head-to-head. We'll see how he goes. Straight down. No, he'll get it back up, but again, it's just such a heavy weight.
The handles absolutely are heavy, and I believe the length of the farmers, there are a lot of people who are used to that technique where they grab either the front or the back, and they're not lifting the entire weight until they're up a little bit higher. With this set of farmers, you have to lift the whole weight from the very beginning, and I think it's catching some people off guard with their hands in the grip.
You're definitely right there, and Josh just struggling again. He's got it less than a metre over the line, and I think it'll be a metre for a minimum score, so I think you might zero that one, but we'll see what they may give us a sub 1 metre, but I think they're going with the 1 metre rule, so unfortunate for him there because he zeroed the log too.
I think he's going to be disappointed with that.
Definitely. So Miles Oric and Sam LeSurf. Now, again, the last time we saw Sam LeSurf here, he did a 400 kilo frame carry and blitzed it. He folded in half on the last event and still didn't come last in that whole event. But he did that frame carry in under 10 seconds, and it was the full length of this arena, so it was 15 metres.
He saved his legs on the overhead event. So I'm expecting if he's got the hands for it, he will be able to finish this course.
I really think that he'll either struggle or he'll play it easy. I just don't see him going flat out on this, and there won't be any point to him doing that because if he wrecks himself on the first event, that's not what we want. So Miles is going all right. Oh, he's carrying them all the way. Doesn't look like he's going to stop. Oh, there he goes. But he looks like he's got that grip. He put them down. He didn't drop them.
Yeah.
The difference there will be if it slips out, you'll see one hand go flying up. Whereas there, you can see he's just gone straight down.
You really have to go and admire the grit because no one's running with this right now. No. You are just holding and gritting through the pain. Also, they're bashing into your legs.
you'll quite often end up, when you're training farmers, with bruises on the back of your legs from those handles hitting in there.
He's just trying to beat Josh. Anything to beat Joshua Ball there.
Sam just giving it his all, but I think he'll be a bit upset about this. I think he wanted this to be his event. It's just, we don't want to see him collapse, but we want to see him give his all. But he's come back in and he's moved it.
Yeah, he's absolutely moved it. It's hard to say whether that was an issue with the hands or just, to be honest, stability in the finishing the deadlift to get to the walking position.
Yeah, and that's the first part of the battle.
Yeah.
Holding on to it is hard, but getting it up in the first place, it's so difficult sometimes. And again, 320 kilos, that's a lot.
So 3 athletes down, and the best we have is half the course.
Exactly, yeah. But bearing in mind that it's reverse order, but again, overhead doesn't necessarily translate, so...
It really shows just how heavy of a standard we're trying to set with Australia's strongest. I mean, this is not a walk in the park for anyone.
No, it's a very slow walk with some heavy weight, I think. So Vijit and Jared up next. We will see if the grip holds out, if the grit is there.
Farmers is a challenging event for a promoter to go and choose weights for, because it can end up being a foot race and down to multiple people within a second of each other. This competition with these implements and the weights chosen, we're really seeing that the strongest person, like what we saw in the ladies with Nicole, will come ahead.
Yeah, definitely. And there's that fine balance between a foot race and between a strength event. So Vijit with a very speedy start, but just not able to get it the full distance. And there you can see it. There's the drip.
100% hands.
Yeah.
Still accelerating with the legs, and then the hand just gives out.
You can see the arm flying up there as he lets go with just one hand. And Tiff, very strict, not quite over the line there. Now, I didn't see what happened with Jared there, but he's left it at the few meters that he's got, so I think he's happy with that.
Trying to save the hands for future events.
That's right, and it's not last place.
Yeah.
So he's got it a few steps more than Sam and Josh got it. And Vijit so far is our leader because he's getting it back, but he's only really got it a couple of meters. I think that's pretty good, though. That's a pretty decent showing, and especially from what we've seen.
I still think he's going to be a little disappointed. When you saw him pick up and how quickly he was accelerating, I think he wanted the full distance with no drop.
Absolutely. He had the confidence, and again, he's not lacking in confidence, that boy. He's raring to go, but yeah, it's showing that this is just, it's a difficult implement. Mason just making sure that it's still difficult and that things aren't popping out.
It's a unique design for being able to go and have the weight added in there, and you can see a little bit of the manual adjustment to make sure it's nice and tight for the athletes.
Absolutely. And you can see there it takes 2 very strong guys. So who was that? That was Bryce and Robbo. And Robbo's Australia's strongest man in the Masters in the under 100 category, and Bryce competed at the middleweight. So these guys aren't strangers to heavy weights, and it still takes 2 of them to pick it up. So it's
some quality volunteers there.
That's right. John O'Nellio, Bradman Houston, Jordan's mum there in the crowd. We love it. He's over there with old Ozzy Osbourne, Jordan's dad. All right, see how Jono goes. I haven't seen him run a Farmers as such, but I know he's got that athletic build, so he should be nice and speedy, but...
Oh, almost across the line.
Almost. We'll definitely see a new leader here. It's just a matter of who it is. Both taking off at almost the same time.
The crowd is really getting on board with this. These guys are neck and neck.
The noise in here is incredible, and we're only half full. This is what we like to see in a head-to-head event.
Will we see our first finisher? Yes,
there it is,
we will.
Jono.
Oh,
No, not quite.
One more pick. There it is.
is.
Our first finisher of the day.
John O'Nellio. Oh, and Bradman, he's going to go as hard as he can. But that's a lot of deadlifts.
And if you compare that distance to what everyone else had done any prior heat, that would have been a winning distance.
Absolutely.
It's just that heat had both those athletes firing on all cylinders, and we got our first finisher.
That's right. Now, heavy farmers, they can be fast. We usually see the top 3 or 4 in a sub 20 seconds. It's sort of as a general rule. Got John O'Nellio at 40 seconds.
Not necessarily a blistering pace, but it is our first finisher.
It is, but I still think that's going to be a fast time.
I think time will tell. We, instead of doing a single distance of 20 meters, this stop and turn around does cost the athletes some time and certainly taxes their grip a little bit more. As you said, farmers, if grip is no longer an issue, can be fast even when it's heavy. I do think that some of these next heats will have some people who finish as well. And I do think that 40 seconds is in danger of no longer being the winning time.
100%. It's not going to be the fastest time. Wait for Jordan Osborne to come out here. Wait for Ryan Ruiz to run his run. You'll see they will absolutely fly through these. Jordan is a monster on these, and I believe he won when he won Australia's Strongest Man. Absolutely flew down there. So you'll see him come out and do it, but Ryan's a mover. There he goes.
Look at that start. If he has the hands to keep going. Oh, yes. Now we're starting to see that. Can he make the full distance, no drops? Yes.
So we've got Adam on this side trying to get it the whole way. We've seen Ryan blitz it. Getting it across the line. Not quite.
All right, so with 30 seconds remaining, he's just going to...
All right, so Adam Fulgrave on his return run. Just getting a bit extra chalk there. A bit of extra chalk, we say. A big puff of...
Some for the crowd.
Let's go, Adam. Make some noise for these.
See how he can go. He's determined. You can see it. You can see his determination there. It's just not quite enough.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just hopping that extra half a metre, like that can make a difference.
Oh, absolutely. Half the field won't necessarily be able to meet that distance there.
That's right. So Reese and Jihad up next, and Ryan Ruiz. How much below 20 seconds do you think he went?
He did not drop that, and he was accelerating. I have a feeling that's close to... I haven't looked at the scores, so you're testing me on this. I'm going to say 17 seconds.
12.9.
Oh, man. That would be hard to beat for anyone.
That will really put it to the other guys. I'll be really interested to see what Josh and Jordan do. They're the guys that sort of do... Josh not quite as much as Jordan, but I'm really interested to see Jordan.
With the fact that they are stopping and having to repick and return with the weight, you can't do anything wrong to try to beat 12 seconds.
Not at all. One misstep, one slip of the hand, you're out. So
I think, as you pointed out, we're at about half full in the crowd. With it being a Friday evening start, we're expecting a full crowd for Saturday.
Definitely. There will be a lot more people in here, and we'll see what the weather does. It was absolutely bucketing down yesterday, so if it does that tomorrow, we might get a few more people in here just wanting to eat their barbecue.
It's going to be crazy because even at half full, it is loud.
It is. So Reese and Jihad off to a flying start.
Very strong start.
That's very fast. I don't think he's going to get the 12.9, but it's going to be close.
Oh, I don't know.
Did he get it? No, he's just ditched it before the line.
And that's an example of what can cost you.
There it is, that one tiny mistake. That was probably a 10-centimetre mistake. Or 4-inch mistake, we should say.
And just so that we don't forget just how hard these farmers are, you go and notice, even when someone can go at a blistering pace, this is still an immense amount of weight, and it is a true test to the grip.
Absolutely. He's not able to pick it. And opting for nothing there. So again, what he pressed like 165 kilos, but didn't necessarily translate over into just being able to pick that up and go.
I think we'll find out in the deadlift to know whether that was more of a pick issue, where they're just not strong enough to handle that much weight in the deadlift, or whether it really is just the hands. And I kind of believe it's the hands. A lot of people were struggling with this, and as you know, when you're trying to deadlift something, if you feel it slipping, you're just going to give up on it.
And here we go. This is the race that we'll see. She had 19.5 seconds, and I think that stumble at the end cost him about 5 of those.
And now we've got the 22 champ versus the 23.
Look, they're not enemies, but I think neither of them would be given anything on this. They will be aggressive. Oh, this is the race of the century. Look at that. Jordan down first. Josh reversing.
Oh, that was a quick transition.
He's going. Jordan's here to win. Look at that. He's made it. Josh a little bit slower, but Jordan has pipped him, and that is a brilliant run.
I'll be honest, I think he took the first time because that transition couldn't have been faster.
No, absolutely perfect. He could not have done anything better in that run. The only thing he might have needed to do better is be a little bit faster, but I think it's going to be very tight. Josh, 14.9 seconds. Jordan, 12.46. He's done it. He's back in the lead.
Oh, man, that's tight.
That is tight. Less than half a second.
We've got one more heat to go.
I think we've got a couple more, actually. We've got Mac and Thomas Wren up next, and then we got Coco and BJ. I'll be honest, I don't think any of these guys can beat that score.
You know, we might get a good surprise, but now we're starting to see that there's 3 people separated by only a second and a half. So there's a lot of points up for grab, can be shaken up.
Well, even, a 4th place in this or a 5th place in this is still going to get some good points. And given how much this is shaking up the points, you'll find that there'll be clear leaders that are starting to come out towards the end of the day. Not necessarily going to reflect the end of the competition, but I think there'll be 3 clear leaders at the end of this day. And we'll see it pretty soon.
Big Mac is looking eager.
And just
the grip.
Now, Big Mac's a good mover as well, so it's interesting to see that he's just not able to hold on to it.
It's a brutal reminder that this is a very heavy set of farmers, and it will test your grip.
That's right. I mean, you tell anyone to go pick up 160 kilos in each hand in the gym.
I bet you most of these athletes have done this in training. The implement makes a difference.
100%. We're used to seeing some relatively short farmers handles as well, so the weight's a bit more concentrated, doesn't swing around as much. With these, if you've got your balance, it's fine, but it's just a minimal amount before it's just going to swing around, and that'll just rip it straight out of your hands. So Mac making it all the way. He's currently even with Thomas Wren. Is he going to opt to try and get a few centimetres ahead of him? Yes.
Oh, just made it ahead.
That's good. That's points on the board, though, because that's ahead of Miles. That's probably going to be just ahead of Vijit, and probably not quite as much as Reese got. So it's going to be some points, I think. It's going to be enough. And again, a lot of people have him in for podium. I think he's just not quite there. I think he's 4th, 5th.
2 events deep out of 8. I think it's still anyone's game, but definitely I would say if you asked him, I think he would be shocked by how challenging those farmers were.
Absolutely. So last event here now, BJ's a good mover too. I don't think he's got the speed, and I know Jordan and himself have a very friendly rivalry going on. They're good mates, but they've been going backwards and forwards with a lot of things. BJ's got the log, but I think Jordan will have him on these.
Now I think Coco, with the wide shoulder base, might have a pretty decent advantage with this set of farmers, because how it's built, the farmers, they actually spread out a little bit wider because they dig into your legs. The handle is in the middle of an implement there, where a lot of those farmers, your hand basically can touch your leg, where this is more of a suitcase carry that's just 5 times the size.
That's a really good point. And a bit of body mechanics, a bit of the implement being different, and it can make all the difference. And as you can see, it's half a second between the leaders.
We'll see if he has the grip, though.
They're ready to go before they're ready. All right, hands on to start. And away they go.
Looking strong.
Coco's bicep veins just
almost.
popping out there. So Coco should finish this. I reckon he'll get it back. He'll just be a little bit slower than the others, but
He's already passed half the field there. If he can finish this, this is great points.
he really only has to go to there, and that's it.
It's a huge upset for BJ, though.
It is. But you know what? It's not that much different than what we saw for the women.
I don't know if there's an actual correlation there, but yes, what we've seen is the top placing log presser has done, relatively poorly in this set of farmers.
That's right. And it just goes to show how much strongman is about being overall strong and being able to have different events that you're strong at.
Yeah, varied tests. And this competition is just even more so than many, with doing 8 events instead of a standard 5. We're going to test everything these athletes have.
That's exactly right. So just waiting for the final scores. I mean, BJ's not really going to place that high up, but looking at this, John O'Nelio beat out Coco by a second and a half.
You know what? They had blistering times. It was very impressive. And I think you called it when you said this event was going to go and mix up the scores.
Well, that it has. So we'll get some final scores later on, but I think we're probably going to have a few athletes to have a chat with Buddha and Haley. We'll give them a few minutes to get sorted out. The very next event that we've got up is the All Abilities Strength. So we've got All Abilities Strength is basically about being inclusive for this sport, and you might think that you have to be in perfect health, you have to be in absolute top condition. A lot of these guys and girls have, some form of physical or mental disability that stops them from being able to compete at this level. So we've opened it up to give them the all abilities sort of pathway, I guess, to do this sort of thing. And to be honest, there's some pretty strong people out there that can still do this. So we've got a couple of guys here and one of the women to come and step onto this stage. You might look at it and go, it's not much, but they're stepping up onto an international stage here,
Oh, absolutely. I'm really excited about this. Not knowing the athletes' names, what the events they're going to be doing are, but in the United States, we've got the adaptive division, and the events that I have seen have been incredibly impressive. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we have to show. I see they brought out a bench there. I'm assuming we've got we've got a situation where we might have an athlete that might have the one leg or some inability to walk, wheelchair kind of division. So I'm excited to see what comes up, but they're setting that up. I think they're going to end up doing an interview from the farmers as well.
It looks like it, yeah. So we've got Haley out there. No, I think Haley's talking about the all abilities. So we got Vicky Honeysett, who's going to do a seated log press. So no legs, full strict.
Okay.
So it's all strict pressing. We'll have Justin Bonke, who will also be doing a seated press. Now he's pressing 80 kilos.
That's impressive.
That's really impressive. This guy's strong. He's a gym owner. He's been competing in this sport as long as I can remember, and he loves it. I've seen him compete a few times. He's a great competitor. The sad thing is they don't have as many people to compete against, but all that means is that they've got more fire in their belly to compete against themselves and improve their numbers, meat on meat.
Oh, absolutely. And, that's the thing that I love so much about strength sports in general is you're really competing to better yourself. You're competing against yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. And, I mean, as much as it's good fun to be out here competing, this isn't what the athletes do. They train. Yeah. They train. They don't compete. They train. You get to do this every now and then as your little goodies at the end of your training block, but this is not what you do. And the training behind it, I mean, there's a lot of people out there that will train for 2, 3, 4 hours at a time, 5 times a week. And it's all heavy.
Yeah.
It's a huge mind game. And you can see it when they get here, how excited they are to be here. And, the all abilities, they're no different. They get in there and train as well.
This is their opportunity to showcase that, they are strong as well.
And Justin just showing referee Sean that this is how far my arms extend, and it goes across the board. You know, sometimes we can't quite extend our arms, and that's no different than any of the strongmen. So we've also got Ben Holt there. You can see him in the background. He'll be doing a standing log press at 75 kilos, which I think he was looking for maybe to go up to 80 over his 3 events. So his 3 attempts. So pretty strong boy. And we saw him at Victoria's Strongest Man as well.
Terrific. As you can see, the crew's also setting up the next event, the flag hoist.
Yeah, that'll be
hard-working group.
That'll be a fun one. We had that in middleweights about a month ago, and that really shook up some people. There was some people who were a lot stronger than it appeared to be on the flag raise. What they're going to do is a pivot. So they're going to grab that flag, which you'll see them put on there soon, and you'll see that they have to lift it from the bottom of the flag pole.
Yeah, it ends up being one of those things where there's a little bit of science, a little bit of physics behind it, and you realize because they're so close to the pivot point, the amount of weight they're lifting ends up being just a higher proportion of the total implement. It's a little bit of a different take on the more traditional strongman event, Fingal's Fingers, where the athlete is facing the other direction. So this will be the first time I've witnessed the flag hoist in person. I'm excited to see it.
Well, as I said, we saw it at the middleweight, so it's been tested. We know it works, and we know that it separates a lot of the athletes. There was some quick times there, there were some slow times there, and there were some people who you wouldn't have thought wouldn't finish it that didn't finish it. So it's a very interesting event. It's not something that you can train for very easily either, because no one else has this rig.
Yeah.
It's a one of a kind.
Now,
So
I'm noticing that the flag poles, I mean, you know, it's a thick bar. How do you think people that struggle during the farmers, how do you think their hands are going to handle this?
it really depends on their technique. One of the biggest things is if you're going to grip it with 2 hands, you've got the choice to interlace your fingers around the back of it, which can make moving your hands a little bit more difficult, and it's more of an explosive movement, versus hand over hand where you're going to sort of essentially climb down the pole. If you go hand over hand though, you're not getting that purchase on the bar that a grip fingers together interlaced is going to give you. So it's going to be a bit of who does it smart more than who does it the strongest. There's a bit of strength involved because obviously it's heavy, but it'll just be really interesting. All of the athletes have had the chance to play around with this implement. They've been here for a while today. They had it all set up earlier for them, so they've all had a bit of a chance to test out their techniques. I still think it's going to come down to just a slip of the hand somewhere.
You know, you can't see on this shot, but I noticed the yellow tape. So it does seem like there is at least a limit to being able to not start at the end, where it would obviously be easier to pick. So their athlete is starting right at the difficult portion of it. How many people do you think will choose to do it without moving their hands? Or do you find that to finish the lift, you have to move your hands regardless?
They won't have a choice. If you start too far down, you can't step any further back, and you end up hurting places you don't want to hurt. So the bar does come up between your legs. You do have to shuffle back. That's going to be where it sort of happens. So as you shuffle back, you're either adjusting, moving your hands hand over hand, or you're sliding your interlaced fingers down. So it'll either fall down, or it'll, come upwards and hit you or something like that. It's one of the things we saw. There's just that little tactic can make all the difference.
It's an exciting challenge that you don't see very often. So just one other kind of thing that separates this event from the standard strongman events.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those things. Strongman is about being strong. And you don't often come into an event knowing every single implement and how it feels. Sometimes you get to warm up on them, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, strong regardless of what you're being tested with.
So we're nearly ready to kick off with the all abilities. You can see their logs are set up there. They're all ready to go. It's good to see them able to use the same implements that we use for the competitions as well. It's not like we're giving them any kind of advantage on anything. They're literally using the same stuff that we use. Now, bear in mind, we've obviously got some, different style. The logs that we used before are not the normal stuff we use in the competitions. We only break them out for the big boys and girls.
Yeah.
These ones here are pretty much the standard for most of Australia. So Stand or Submit being one of the sort of major brands in Australia and sponsor of this comp, and the guy who runs it and the guy who runs Australia's Strongest, we tend to get those pieces of equipment, and it's good because it gives you a standard to work for. But then he decides to throw in really crazy things.
And it's important to note that even though this is a different log, the handles are the same dimensions as compared to the logs we saw in the athletes earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the logs that we saw before are based off these logs.
Yep.
They're just painted differently and got extra bits on them. So
they're just heavier.
They're just heavier. And prettier, I guess we would say, maybe.
Oh, definitely.
Although I do like the look of that one that's out there at the moment. Nice colour on the inside. Very beautiful.
Yeah, got to give credit towards the branding. The orange persisting into the implements is a nice touch.
It is. So just the finishing touches going on the setup here. Just making sure we got everything ready. And remembering that we still hold these guys and girls to the same standard as we hold Australia's Strongest Man and Woman, because this is Australia's Strongest Man and Woman in the All Abilities category.
Absolutely. The same level attention to detail needs to be placed for every division that goes out on this field.
100%, because otherwise what would be the point in getting here? You don't want to get to a competition and just have no standards for it, no matter what you're doing. So it's good to see that the crew are paying attention, making sure they get everything right. There's probably nothing worse than a misload and then having to redo your rep, is there?
Yeah. And I like the fact that we've still got a large crowd for the All Abilities where, it's a relatively new thing and might not draw the crowd on its own. By being paired with Australia's Strongest like this, it really is giving a great platform for these athletes.
Yeah, definitely. And I think before this, you might have seen it a bit piecemeal around there, but now it's more of a pathway, really. They can qualify at Victoria's Strongest Man and Woman, or, in WA or Queensland or something like that. All right, we've got Ben Holt out here. Ben Holt's Victoria's Strongest Man in the All Abilities category. 75 kilos. Oh, and they've given him the 12-inch log. That's beautiful. So this log's a bit bigger than some of the logs they usually use with the 10-inch. Straight up.
Nice.
Look at that. I can tell you right now, I've got one of those logs at the gym down in Warrnambool. There's not many boys down there that can do that. They jump in and they try and do it. They can't do it, right? That may have looked easy. That's a hard log to press.
He made it look easy. He made it look like there's a lot more where that came from.
Exactly. All right, so we got Vicky Honeyset pressing 26 kilos. There you go. Strict press. There's no legs in that. And she's got it. Now, she was very nervous coming into this. Yes. I talked to her this afternoon. But she's come out there and given it everything, and that's great. It's so good to see.
And same rules apply where we've got the 3 attempts?
Yes, same 3 attempts. So they can nominate their next attempt and go up. Now, Justin Bonke here, very strong man. Strict pressing 80 kilos here. Not quite there.
Oh, that is a heavy weight.
It is. Just trying to put a little body English into it. It's a lot harder when you're lying down there. Not quite.
Excellent effort, though.
So Ben will come out again. Missed what his next attempt is, but I think it was about 80. Yeah, looking like it's going to be an 80-kilo attempt here. So, again, this is a heavy weight.
another challenge with these athletes, and I think they're accommodating a little bit, but the quick turnaround from attempt to attempt, because there's only 3 athletes competing, it's not a lot of rest in between.
There's not. They're basically doing a rep and then resting a minute and coming back and doing it, and that's a very quick turnaround. You would have seen between the male athletes in the men's division before that there was 19 athletes, so they had a heap of rest. But look at that. No doubt about it. He's here to do it.
Yeah, that was equally strong to the first attempt.
Absolutely. I think he'll go 85. I think he'll have it too. So Vicky will be up next again. She's loving it. First time she's been on this national stage, and she's a bit nervous about it, but she'll be happy once she gets the weights. 31 kilos. Now again, it's similar to a incline bench press, what they're doing here. And 31 kilos is still a decent incline bench.
A little bit of fight, but it is there.
There you go. Absolutely brilliant.
You could tell we're starting to get up there in weight, but she definitely has more.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, confidence.
Yes.
You know, and nerves and all that sort of thing. It all still plays a role. As much as you might think, you know, it's not as much weight as some of the others. You've got to remember that it's still a massive stage. It's still a scary thing to step out there and to come out and do these sorts of things.
And you don't know how close it is to what their personal best is in the gym. This very well might be something that they're nervous about, let alone all the crowd staring at you.
It's Justin Bonke up now.
Let's see if he can do it. He was
He's
close
ready.
on
He's
the last
calling
one.
it in. Come on, he's nearly got it.
Oh, such a fight. He's got so much power off the chest.
He does. It's just that little sticking point and getting it past that little bit just to lock out the elbows. Similar rules, so the elbows have to be locked out. Difference being because they're on an incline, it's not a full head through type lockout. It's just a lockout at the top with the elbows.
Yeah, if you just gauge the beginning of those lifts, you know, he's essentially done, 4 almost presses, and it, like you said, just the transition to the lockout, basically going from the chest to the tricep, just hasn't transitioned well.
Yeah. So Ben up now with the 85 kilos for his last attempt. I don't think there's any doubt about this.
If it's anything like his previous, it's going to go straight through. Yes.
That is brilliant. He's happy with that. He's not going to show the emotion, but he'll be absolutely stoked with that.
3 for 3, no issues there.
That's it. So Vicky back again. Successful with 31 kilos. Up to 34 kilos this time around. She's got the bigger log. There it is.
Man, wasting no time.
That is amazing. I know she will not be prepared for that. She was saying that she lacks a bit of the equipment in the gym to train with, so she's just been training what she can. But that was nothing. That was absolutely there all day, every day.
The moment the staff let go, she just went for the press.
That's right. So I wonder if we'll see Justin back again. He looks like he's gearing up for it.
You know, if I were him, I would be going for it because he seems like he has it. It seems like a connection, like just a transition issue. Just somehow make the transition from your chest into those triceps, maybe go and bar path a little bit more over your head, and we will see this lift.
There he goes, 80 kilos again. There it is. He's made it. He's made the transition. He's got it.
Oh, I am so glad he did that.
Yes.
That is fantastic. Perseverance for sure.
Absolutely. So Justin Bonke getting his third attempt at 80 kilos and getting it up there.
You know, it really shows he had the strength. There was just some sort of connection from the initial press to the lockout that wasn't there on the earlier attempts.
Yeah, that's right.
Some of you in scouts who don't remember racing the flagpole. Something really original. And we have 4 flags. So we throw athletes. We're going to stop them through placing these poles. Our flags.
All right, so we've got our scores for the women's farmers. So Big G, no doubt about her, was always going to be there. But an absolutely blistering pace, 13.88 seconds. Not many of the men even made that fast, really, did they?
No. I think only 2 were faster than that.
Yeah.
But what it's really shown is that, you know, we've got 2 athletes already ahead, really pushing for the podium here, and then a whole stack of people ready to go and claim, you know, that contention for that podium spot.
There is, but I can tell you right now, Alira will have shocked some people. Absolutely shocked. Being the newbie to the sport, she came in, I'm happy to be here, you know, and I think after the first event, she got that confidence and she's like, nah, I'm going to get this, and absolutely blitzed it. Like, she was only one of 3 amongst third strongest in the world. Ari Mann, who's podiumed at Australia's strongest woman, you know, she is going to be absolutely ecstatic with that. And you can see in the points, she's 4th now, equal with Katie Blunden. You know, that
as far as being a newcomer, that was a fantastic performance. And like I said, there's a whole pack of people now all clustered together. We're really going to see that these next events, we're going to find out how it shakes up. But we do have 2 people with a reasonable lead starting out just 2 events in.
Well, I think the biggest thing here is that Beck Chesham sitting there in 3rd place, 1 point ahead of 3 other women. So that's 1 point either way on on this next event, and she's out of the podium. So might try and have a look at the men's scores as well if we can, and see how that's gone. Until then, you can see that, you know, we've got Nick White, Ellie, Liz down the bottom there, just hanging on, you know.
I think Katie getting last on this event, but still being in that strong tie, 3-way tie for 4th place. She's going to be looking to regain some points on these future events.
Absolutely. This flag raise is definitely going to be interesting, though.
I don't know what to expect.
I know that Sarah and Liz have both had experience on the flagpole because they competed in the 82, so maybe that'll put them in good stead. So you can see the flag's a bit better there. We'll just cut back to here. So Geordie 12.46, Ryan 12.9, Josh 14.9. You can see how close that is, putting Jordan into 1st place.
It absolutely did. And, you know, you look at the overall scores, and it's still anyone's game here. You know, it's a tight race. There's no clear, you could say that the top 3 are a little bit further ahead than everyone else, but those points are so small, and with 17 people, the ability to regain points is there. So even though we know that some of the athletes didn't perform quite as well on this as they expected, they can earn up a lot of additional points on future events.
That's exactly right, and 3 points is nothing. Yeah. Over another 6 events, and a field of, I think it's actually 19 athletes, is it? Or we
thought we were at 17.
We're 17. Yeah. So 17 points are up for grabs
on each event, and we have 6 of them.
Exactly. So this is where scoring in strongman can be very interesting. You know, honestly, I think my standout for that was John O'Nelio coming out and setting a really good time. Like, that's good. And beating Coco, I mean, you'll be stoked with that.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine beating a former World's Strongest Man competitor. Wouldn't you be happy?
You got to take the wins where you can, for sure.
Exactly. And I mean, I know that, you know, Jordan, Ryan, and Josh will be happy with what they did, given how fast they went. Jihad will be very happy. Absolutely. But Jono's sort of relatively new, and to come in and do that will boost his confidence a lot as well. And it's put him into 9th place. So still a decent sort of placing. He will finish mid-pack, I think. but it's put him there and it's solidified it.
You know, it's interesting that when we had 9 athletes in the female division, only 3 finished the course. We have 17, basically double, and we have only 6 finishing the course. It really shows that this test with the farmers was pretty equal in difficulty between the men and the women.
Definitely, yeah. And it was kind of a surprise, and I think that's what happened, is that everyone just was surprised by how difficult it was. So finishing touches going on the flag raise. So you can see what you were talking about here before, Lynn. Those orange pieces of tape, that's as far as the hands can go up that pole. So their athletes are not allowed to start with their hands any further forwards than that. What does that mean? What's it going to do to them?
My only assumption is basically, you know, that the further out, the lighter it's going to get, just standard physics and science. And so we're putting that limit. I imagine most athletes are going to start right at that tape line. Do you think anyone's going to go and say, no, I'm going to go a little bit lower so that I don't need to move my hands?
For the lighter weights, absolutely. So the 2 lighter poles, if the athlete thinks that they have enough strength, they're going to start with their hands further down. It means they don't have to shuffle.
Try to do it in one motion.
Exactly. And we did see that at middleweights. There was a few that just went straight up. You'll notice here that the mats are slightly back from those hand marks. That the athlete's feet cannot come further forwards than those mats either. So they're going to have to start with their hands in front of them, or they're going to have to start at a disadvantage weight-wise, but have their hands underneath them. So we'll see what the strategy is there, but I know that this crosses over to deadlift, and it crosses over a little bit to leg press as well. But it still has that strongman element of not being either of those things and still requiring upper body strength.
As I mentioned, this is my first time witnessing this event in competition in person, so I'm really excited to see how it goes.
I think you're in company there. There's not many people who've seen this one run. So Katie, coming last in the farmers, comes out first with this, and we'll see how she goes. You see that shuffle backwards?
Oh, yes.
That's the little shuffle that you've got to do, or else it's just going to hit you. So there, you can see she started further down than she needed to. She knows she's got the strength to do it, so she's going to come out and do it the faster way.
Oh, here we're seeing.
It is. That's that point. When it loses the momentum, as soon as you lose that momentum, all of that weight's in your hands.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's just hard.
You can tell there's so much effort there.
So opting to put her fingers together and then switching that grip and just coming out. I think she'll be disappointed with this, but I also think we're going to have to wait and see what the others do, because this event is really going to split them up a bit, even more than the farmers did. It's just a hard event. So 2 completed, they'll get a time score for each split. So each implement that they lift will have a split time. So if 2 athletes get 2 poles, whoever's the fastest to the second, they'll get the point.
And she had actually a very quick time for the first 2 poles. The third one just caught her off guard. What was the change in weight going from the second to the third?
I honestly don't know, but it looks like probably about 2.5 to 5 kilos.
And with that weight being put out, 15 feet or, 5 meters ahead, it really does end up feeling like a lot heavier weight.
That's right. Yeah, Liz ready to go. Just waiting.
Yeah, she's been fired up all day.
She gets very fired up. Now, she's also done this event before, so it'll be interesting to see. It was a bit lighter at middleweights. She's struggling a little bit there. It's going to be a difficult one for her to finish the next one, I think. I think this is going to be touch and go.
Do you think she's too quick to lowering her hands?
I just think it's really heavy.
It might just be really heavy, right? She's giving it her all, though, and look at that.
And she will. She's a fighter. She will not let that get the better of her.
Oh, and she got it.
She's happy. There we go. All right, let's see how quickly she can get this through.
This is the one that caught Katie off guard.
That's right. And again, it's that momentum. As soon as you lose that momentum, it goes all back down,
Oh,
and she
and
looks like she's doing all right. She
I
might
think
get this
she's
all the way
figuring
up.
it out.
She's got it. She's leaning back. She's going to get it. And there it is.
That was very impressive. I think she surprised herself on that. She's not even going to go for the fourth.
Kind of no point. You're sort of stressing yourself for something you know you're not going to hit. But getting 3 out of 4, that's a good, solid run.
Time will tell whether that ends up being, good points in the end. But certainly a good performance for her. And as you could see from her reaction, she was happy with that.
Yeah. But again, I mean, she's happy to be here, and to beat Katie.
Yeah.
She'll be happy.
As you mentioned, I think there's 3 or 4 of these athletes that actually competed just a few weeks ago in the 82 kilogram. And so they're competing up a class and sort of back to back. So not a lot of training specifically for this event.
So one of the advantages of this was that these events are very similar to what the middleweights had. So Sarah and Liz would have been training for basically the same events. Now, Nick's coming out. She's got a bit of tape on her hands. I wonder if maybe she ripped her hand on the farmers.
I know that the farmers, she did not do well. She picked it so many times. I was curious how this would be affected by people's hands.
I really hope that's not going to affect her grip on this. She just looks like she's struggling with getting that up there. You can see she's got the hand over hand, so it's not that much of an issue for her, but I think it's getting stuck. I think her legs are too short.
Oh,
that's
yes,
really
that's
unfortunate.
Right. She is our shortest athlete in the female division.
Yeah.
There she goes. She has gotten on the board.
That was a fight. She didn't let that go at all, and she's happy to leave it there.
That's a good point, that even though the hands can't be any further than that orange line or the orange tape marking, height does play a big part of this lift.
It does. Look, we saw at middleweights that it did play a bit of a role, but we also saw some shorter athletes finish the run. So it's just a wild card event. I think there's just so much variation between them. We'll get to see if height makes a big difference here, because Ali's a decent deadlifter. So watching her do this will be very interesting. And look at that. There you go. She's able to get much more leverage onto it. So I think she's going to fly through this. Look at that.
Yeah, she's not even having to adjust her hands, just
That's right.
pulling with her whole body.
She just got that sticking point, but I think if she takes one step back, she'll be fine. And sometimes you've got to let it go.
Start again.
That's right. Sometimes you just have to let it a little bit, but you lose that momentum, and all of a sudden it gets really heavy.
See if she can make the transition with her hands.
Squeezing back there, squeezing back. She's not able to get it, but she's done the smart thing. Or is she going to let it all the way? She's probably let it down a little too far than I would have liked to see. But I think she's going to get it. There it is.
Excellent.
All the way, and onto the fourth. 15 seconds to go, and...
Oh, wow.
She's got it a long way, but it's all just energy. Is that?
She has it. Was it in time?
Just missed it. Oh, no.
That was so impressive. She pulled it off the ground faster than the third one.
Yeah. But again, that momentum, it messes with you.
It's a real shame that, just a second off from being within the 60-second time limit, that will cost her some points, I'm sure.
Yes, and that means that it's basically down to the split time on that third one.
Yeah.
Really, for anyone else who made it. So looking at that, she's beaten Liz by 9 seconds. So she's 45.5 seconds to implement 3, and we had Liz at 54.
Strong start.
Big Bird out firing. Again, one of the taller athletes, so she's got that leverage that she can use and doing well with it. And if she can get this straight up in 1, she'll be ahead. And that's
the fastest time.
It.
Let's see if
Definitely
we can get the fourth.
I think she's got this. I think she'll get this up, even if she has to struggle through it. And there it is. Letting everyone know that she's done it.
This crowd is absolutely overjoyed with that.
This is amazing. Wow. 26.3 seconds.
for all four,
For
not
all
just
four.
3. She beat the time of everyone else's 3
That's right.
within doing 4.
Significantly beat. All right, Sarah Halifax. I think she'll do okay. I don't know. She's got the end, not the whole lot.
That first one was not an issue.
No problems. One thing you've got to remember is not only do these get heavier, but you get more tired as you go through. On to the third, and she's looking to make this time count. And I think she will.
I really like her intensity when she's attacking that.
She is a ferocious competitor.
This is impressive.
She's got that almost all the way up, just back down.
Now, she didn't adjust her hands on that.
I don't think she got quite to the point. You kind of need to get it to the point where it's stable at the top before you adjust your hands. And there it goes, and she's curling it in, but not quite.
So much strength to get to that point. I don't know if she has another attempt in her.
And calling it. Saving her energy, which is a smart idea. Even though it's the end of the day, we've still got 5 more events tomorrow, so...
I do think that probably solidifies her in second right now, though.
There's a good chance of that, yeah, easily. 22 seconds. So very much in second place, behind Beck, I think it was, at 26.3. So Ari Mann, now, again, a very strong... Oh, sorry, Alira. I was listening to the wrong person. I should have trusted my score sheet. Alira, she's got her confidence. She smoked the Farmers.
She's going to be happy running into this event after that performance.
I think she'll be quite fast on this. Just a little struggle at the top there, but she's got the feel for it. And again, we saw this at the middleweight. Some of the people went faster on the second, and there you go.
Yes.
Because you've got the feel for it, you're ready to go.
It's
this
such
is
a
where
new
it comes
event
in.
for these athletes.
Oh, 100%. She's just going to muscle through that. She's got the leg length there, so she can lean far back and tippy-toe push it through. Oh, that's the third one.
That was a fight, but she got it.
I reckon she's got Ellie on that too, because Ellie was 45.5 seconds. I think this is just going to be too much. She's gone really far down the pole, but she's going to do the same thing. She's going to tippy-toe it back, and that'll work if she doesn't run out of time. Just not quite in time.
So close.
But that was an epic fight. That was an amazing fight. She has done so well there. So we'll wait for the official times to come through. 31.5 seconds. That's brilliant. She'll be stoked. So Ari Mann up next. Again, a bit shorter.
I was really impressed with her on the Farmers. My gut feeling says she's going to blast through the first 3.
I think she'll muscle through it, and I think she's going to struggle with the fourth once it starts hitting to point where she needs to bring that technique in.
Once the leverages start to be too much of a factor, but I think she's powerful.
Absolutely. And you can see it. Launching that flag.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
no hesitation going into the second.
You can see she's not even pulling it in between her legs there. There you go. That'll be very close to a new
Let's see if
second.
she surprises both of us. Oh,
and there
look
it goes.
at that.
Look at that.
That was faster than the third.
There you go.
That might be the winning time.
Time to beat was 26.3 seconds. So that's 21.5 seconds.
You know what? I was impressed with the Farmers, and she did not disappoint in this event either. That's 2 great performances back to back.
It is, but we've got G up next. And the one thing we know about G is that she's here to win.
Already in a commanding lead. It's a fast time to beat, but I think she might have it.
I think she's got it. And she's got the long legs to go with this event. I think that's what's going to make the big difference here. If they've got the strength, they're going to have to, it's going to come down to the body mechanics, really. Just a little bit slower on the third, but as you know, we can sometimes see the fourth faster. And straight
and that
up.
was what we saw right there.
There it is. She's happy.
You know what, though? I mean, obviously a first place, but not that far ahead.
Really not that far ahead. 19.9 seconds versus 21.5.
Yeah,
That's
second
very
and a half.
close.
And when you consider, what we were expecting versus someone who was surprising us.
Absolutely.
Now, I think Hayley's going to have a quick chat to G.
Catch Big G. Big G, don't you dare run away from me. And then we'll get this Hayley.
She's out there waiting, but that was an impressive performance from Ari, to be honest. I mean, G was a shoe-in, but I think, yeah. So we're just going to let G catch her breath while we
It's a challenge
adjust.
of expectation. We all knew and expected based on height, leverages, deadlift ability. We knew Big G was going to do just fine on this. However, what we weren't expecting was the back-to-back performances that we saw earlier.
Absolutely. All right, so we've got Hayley down there with Big G.
I'll get the guys come up here because we'll throw it over the KO freebies here. So if you want to watch this from home over the weekend, you're not coming to Meatstock tomorrow or something, you'll be able to jump on to KO freebies.
All right, I'm here with Big G, who just won the flag race. That was an impressive. You haven't trained that before, have you?
No, I didn't have anything. I think
It's gone. All right, maybe move over this way a little bit more if we can.
I didn't have anything to replicate this in the gym, so this was a massive sender and worked.
She sent it. Now, you were on a TV series recently, weren't you?
Yeah, I was on the recent season 1 of The Gladiators as the supersized gladiator.
That's pretty impressive. How was that experience for you? Was it like anything else?
Oh, it was so much fun. You don't realise how much of a big person you are after doing strongman. You're always around big people. And then, yeah, it was so much fun.
Awesome to hear. Well, I am, and I'm sure the rest of us here are looking forward to the rest of your performance over the weekend. Back to you at the commentary desk.
Thanks, Hayley and G. I don't think, again, we're going to see G all night, I think. We're going to have to ask and bring someone else out, I think.
Well, technically, she's done for the day. That's the 3 events for tonight. It's
True.
tomorrow. That's the 5 events. That's going to be brutal. We're hoping that these athletes know how to recover and be prepared for that day.
It's one of the tricky things about a 2-day comp is the recovery. It's an overnight recovery. You've got to go flat out on the first day, but you don't have much time to actually get back into it.
I think it'll shock some athletes, but I'm actually not worried about it for Big G. She performed so well at the official Strongman Games, World's Strongest Woman, getting 3rd place. That's a 3-day competition, and that really challenges the athletes even more because there are so many divisions and just you have to handle very long days. Whereas this competition is a little bit more fast-paced, and I think tomorrow with 5 events, it's going to go and challenge a lot of people, but she's going to do well.
Absolutely. All right, Reece Kirby out here for the first of the men's. Now, one of the small strategies that we've seen is using your weight for these and swinging it backwards. So we'll see what Reece has to do here. Like, he may just be able to lean into it. And you can see those big plates on the end. That's so heavy.
I'll be honest, I was surprised with the Farmer's performance, so I think he's going to do well here.
I think he's ready to do well is probably the biggest thing. I think he'll be mad.
Yes.
Absolutely mad about that, and he will come out and give this everything.
Being the first athlete, we also don't know, how a performance stacks up to the competition quite yet. As we've seen, we can have surprises at the beginning or surprises at the end.
Absolutely right, and we did see that at middleweights. We saw that in the women's. We've seen it across the board in this event. There's just some surprises.
I'll be honest, I thought with his body weight and leverages, I was expecting the 3rd to go up.
Me too. He's a strong guy, and it just didn't move. So maybe it's just that significant a jump. You can see there, we've got a 2.5. No, we've got a 5 and a 10, so it's a 5 kilo jump between the 2 bars.
But as we know, it's not really that weight.
It's not 5 kilos, is it?
The athletes will scream at us and say it is not 5 kilos.
The difference
Much
between it
heavier.
moving and not moving, but it's 5 kilos at the end of a pole.
Yes.
Challenge anyone who can pick up a barbell empty from one end to go put 5 kilos on the end and do it. All right, so Josh Bourne here looking for a bit of redemption. The
And we
Bourne
are
redemption.
We are seeing just how hard this is.
Exactly.
I'm actually witnessing flex in the bar.
That's right. You can see it. Look at
That
that wobble. They're big, solid poles too. They're not little thin things, as you can see. They're getting dropped and abused, and this has already seen one of the final events, and then we're going again, and it's held up well, despite the athlete's best attempts to break it.
It really is showing that you can't take even the first pole for granted. This is
Exactly.
heavy weight from
It
the
is.
very beginning for these athletes.
And remembering that these guys aren't just showing up and having a crack. They've actually qualified. They've been through events like this. Not exactly like
This is
this.
the best of the best. It's just
Yeah.
the standard is so high.
It is, and a few years ago, even 5 years ago, we saw that you could just get invited because you were pretty good. Now there's a qualifying process, and it makes it so much harder. You can't just rock up and be strong. And we're seeing dedicated strong men too, not just powerlifters who cross over. We're actually seeing strong men who do that.
Yeah, they're training for these events.
That's right. Sam just getting that momentum loss, and you can see he's playing it smart. He's swinging it back down, but just trying to adjust his hands a bit quick, I think. He's going to take his breather. The athletes have 60 seconds to complete the entire run, so they just have whatever time they need to take their breath and go back. If they think they can only get one implement, they've still got 60 seconds to do just that implement.
Much faster attempt off the floor. Not able to make that transition though with the step
No.
back.
Physics is not being friendly to them tonight. Very experienced competitor, Sam, so he knows how to use the clock. Just seems like it's just beyond him. That pivot point where it hits the top, it's just hard.
I like the fact though that he was going to attempt it again. He was going to use
Absolutely.
every moment he had.
Yep. And you'll see that out of him. He won't shy away from it.
He's going to be disappointed with that.
Yeah. Now BJ, taller athlete, a lot of mass behind him.
As
I'm
we saw,
hoping he'll do well.
First in the log, not so great of a performance in Farmers. How will he do here?
Not too bad, but not fast. I wouldn't call that a fast lift. That's better.
Yeah, I
Again,
think he's
that's
learning as
second.
he goes.
Yep. The athletes
This
did
is
get a
where-
play, but it's very different when you get out there.
We're seeing again, this third one is hard to get off the ground.
It is. There we go. He's getting it. Not quite.
This is turning out to be a brutal event.
It is. So we'll be hoping that some of the other boys will get past his third. And there it is, there it is. He's got it to the point. All he needs to do is lean back now, and he's got it.
There seems to be something about coming explosively off the floor, carrying that momentum.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because as soon as you have it in your hands, it's all the weight in your hands. There's nothing stopping it. It's like he's just missed out on that fourth one.
So close, though.
Something you could relate it to is something like a push press versus a strict press, or a jerk versus a press. With a strict press, for example, you've got all the weight in your hands the entire time. You're pressing through and you're pressing all of that weight the entire time. Much more difficult than a push jerk, where you're launching that and it's all the way up the top there. If you've ever had to press out a jerk, though, it's very different. If you stop that momentum halfway through, you've then got to strict press it from halfway through.
Yeah, it's much easier when you can make that a fluid transition. I think that's what we're seeing, the athletes that are able to engage that leg press at the beginning and then transition into the deadlift, as opposed to either doing a stiff leg deadlift to start or, just not being able to make that transition from all legs into let's get the back engaged.
That's right. So we'll see what Jared Taylor's got in him this time. He'll be keen. I think he's got a couple of poles in him. What do you reckon?
You know, I don't know.
Came up fast enough. He just misstepped there.
You know what, though? I think people are learning as they go.
Definitely. And look at that. Exactly. It's proof of what you're saying.
That's number 2. He's on to number 3.
I think he has 3, but I'd be surprised if he can get the 4th.
I think you're right. I think he's going to struggle with this, but I think he'll get it. He's at that.
Oh, no, he's losing it, and his hand went past the tape. Had to put it down.
Coming out of the Farmers as a grip event into this, that's going to be difficult on the hands too. Not quite.
So close. And you can see him look at his hand there. I think you're absolutely right. The hands were already sore. It's a fast-paced event.
And just not quite.
Seeing a little bit more of that stiff leg deadlift at the start of that one. I think he was getting a little too tired.
Yeah, definitely. But a fast first too. And again, we saw that in the women's that the time comes down to, well, when it comes down to it, the time's fast. And he's 12.5 seconds, which puts him a couple seconds ahead of Reese Kirby.
But we still have not had that 4th one finished yet.
That's right, yeah. But we'll be moving up into the top of the field. So Miles Oric coming up now. He did well on the Farmers, I think. He did a decent job. He got the 10 metres.
A little bit smaller of an athlete compared to the field.
That's true. So it might play into it a little bit here.
Small. We're dealing with the men's open. Each one of these men is a monster among the average.
You can see the transition there with the hands. He's done the slip up, and it's worked for him.
Yeah.
It's hard because you've got to nail the timing perfectly, and you can see it again, and he's doing it. He's doing all right with it.
Very impressive.
He's got that. There it is.
Not to be discounted. Will he actually be the first one to get all 4? That technique seemed like it could carry over.
He's not even going to bother with it. He's going to do it. The crowd's cheered him up to do it.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Just budging it off the ground, but not quite getting it. But he'll be stoked to just get that.
I was very impressed with the 3rd because the 1st and 2nd really didn't move that well that I thought he was going to get the 3rd.
Yeah. So Thomas Rain with the gloves. The gloves. What do you think about the gloves?
You know what? Here's the thing. Look at that. He has taped the gloves to him. Gloves can work really well, but if they end up separating from your hands, you end up losing all the benefit. He's taped them really clever to go and make sure that the hand isn't going to slip with the gloves. I think the gloves are actually smart.
They'll definitely make the grip a lot easier. Hasn't made the whole thing a lot easier though. He's sort of a little bit slow on that first one. But again, second one tends to be better, so we'll see.
He hasn't had to transition his hands yet though.
That's true. So he's not struggling, I guess we could say. He's just being calculated.
I think it's just heavy weight, to be honest.
Oh no, this is not what we want to see from Thomas Wren. We don't want to see him grabbing something. Very injury prone, we don't want to see that.
He's grabbing that bicep and, based on the look in his face, something has happened. It wasn't a quick jerking reaction, but something has happened.
It's very disappointing. He's a really polarizing sort of personality, but I would have loved to see him put it to the other guys.
We'll find out later whether that was just enough to stop him for this event or whether it's a more lasting injury.
So Vijit stood up now. Another taller athlete. A lot of confidence, but
he attacked it,
he has.
but it went fairly slow. And we're seeing something. Oh, hamstring.
I think it'll just be it's a cramp. He's just cramped up. You can see from the way he's stretching that, it's just a cramp. It's not anything that otherwise they'd be paying medical attention to him, but he's just going to chill out on the floor there for a little bit and then get carried off.
I think he's going to be more frustrated than anything.
Absolutely. Nothing more frustrating than getting cramped up as soon as you start.
And it's a thing about these evening contests. If you don't properly hydrate throughout the entire day, cramps can be a little bit more common.
Absolutely.
I'm glad to know that it is something that it's the final event for the day. He can go and work through it, make sure he gets some hydration. He'll be good to go for tomorrow.
He should be. He should be fine. Now, usually we'd get him cleared off the stage and walking off, but maybe he's, I don't know if the crew's quite strong enough to get him off. He's a big boy.
They need him to be able to walk off.
And there he goes.
And he is absolutely able to do that.
That's right. He's got his coconut water there, so he'll smash that down, and that'll fix him right up. And Big Mac's coming out, and he is fired up. I think he's going to explode off the ground with this, and I reckon we'll see the 4 out of him.
Well, he certainly has the energy in the beginning here.
And there it goes. And Sean telling him no. He's put his hands over the orange tape. That's going to hurt. That's upsetting. He had that so quickly. But strict on the reffing, and that's what it's got to be. If you're told the rules, you've got to pay attention.
Absolutely.
And the third's up with no problems.
Let's see if
how
that
quick it
fired
goes.
him up to get this 4th one.
I can't hear anything except the crowd, and there we go. There he is, the man himself, Big Mac. He loves it. He loves it.
That might have been strategic just to piss him off.
That got the fire going in his belly.
What a great performance.
And just having a bit of a word to Benny Chesham out in the crowd there, one of his mates. Benny Chesham, a Masters strongman athlete, partner of Beck Chesham, who was out there with him having a bit of a chill-out moment, seeing she's finished for the day. Adam Fulgrave. Look at the guns on the man. Look at the veins. Amazing. You can see why he's here.
Obvious upper
That's
body
nice.
strength. This
Yeah.
event, you know, it's a little bit more the whole posterior chain, so we'll see. Although that finishing motion, he's managed to make it a bicep event.
He looks like he likes to make everything a bicep curl, the man.
Hey, I would do it too if I could.
Just missing out there. It is something we've seen, and it's as you saw with Thomas, you know, it does become a bicep dominant bit at the top. If you can pull it through, you can pull it through.
We're seeing a little bit of a struggle on the transition there, and even potentially some footwear slippage.
He's managed to make that little transition. It's just he's got to muscle it through. I think he's gone too far down. Oh, that would have been a heavy push. That was a battle.
He has fought for it. Wow.
That is a pull from the bottom with your hands at the bottom. That's harder than the first pull.
I think that was a smart call not going for the 4th.
Very much so.
Because that looked like an all-out effort on the 3rd.
Yeah, definitely. So far, the time to beat 30.8 seconds for Big Mac. So we got Bradman Houston, and again, he's got that athletic build. He's got the taller, sort of bigger legs. He's packed on the weight, this guy.
You know, this event is really interesting to me because it doesn't feel all that technical. I think he will do very well with this.
I think so.
Experience doesn't matter too much. People are learning as they go.
Definitely. And watching the other athletes as well, it's an advantage to be going a bit further down the chain because you can see what's going on. You can see the mistakes they make. You can see where the transition points are. But he's not struggling at all yet. And there it is. That's the one that's getting everyone right there.
Okay, we finally had a situation there where he has to fight for it.
That's right. All right. He's grabbing his calf there, but it looks like he's going again.
I think he's just transitioning his hands too quickly.
Yeah, he started very low on that pole too.
Yeah.
He started the first one up nice and high, but the second one he's just a little bit down.
Did you notice though? You know, he's picking up the belt. The very first implement, his belt popped off. I wonder if that affected him.
It'll affect you mentally if nothing else. If
Yeah.
you've been waiting for, if you're relying on it.
Well, you're not going to bring it out there if you weren't expecting it to be there.
Absolutely. So Coco up next.
Speaking
and,
of biceps.
Speaking of biceps. I see a few curls in our future here.
A little bit slower than I expected.
And an intentional belt removal there. That's good. just in his way. Well, he's struggling a little
The
bit.
transition from legs into the finish with the biceps just seems to not be coming together.
Yeah, he's struggling to hold it.
Do you think we're running into a bit of a grip issue?
I think that could be it. I think he's just letting go, and then down it goes. Well, that shows that it's not a grip issue, doesn't it?
This is really surprising.
Yeah. This is where it
This
matters.
is going to hurt Coco.
This is going to hurt him. And this is what I was saying about this is going to throw a spanner in the works, this event, because it'll just mess everything up for people that think, should be able to do. They should be able to do well across the board. And yet this event's just so unknown that it's just so hard. Coco's got the closest thing to this implement at his gym.
Yeah.
He has a flagpole there. And he's been able to train essentially this implement. Everyone else has just had a landmine with an axle.
It's worth noting that even though he multiple times got halfway up or more, it is still a 0.
Yeah, that's right. All that effort for nothing.
Yeah.
So John O'Nellio, I think he'll do all right. He's your classic ready for anything sort of guy. As much as he's a newcomer, the reason he's got here is because he's jumped in and just done it. So he's just ready to go. He'll give it a good crack.
I'm liking the interlocked fingers. I think that's a smart move.
To be honest, that's the technique I used. It's harder though when you slip down the pole. You've got to make sure your timing's perfect. And we've seen people come unstuck with that.
And this is where we're talking about that transition didn't happen.
And having the confidence to move your hands as well. You know that you've got to make the timing, you just don't. If he'd transitioned there about a third of the way up, he would have been all right because he would have been able to lean back on that pole. So right there's where he needs to make that transition, and he's not doing it. So what's happening is he's coming up against his thighs, and it's getting stuck.
We're seeing the athletes get better as time goes on, as they have additional attempts, but it looks like we're done with 2.
And that's not bad, and he'll be happy with that. I'm not. I would have liked to see him get that. I think he had it in him. I think if he'd paid more attention to the people before him, he might have had it.
I think it's a bit of an upset because we're seeing athletes later on in the standings, so doing better overall, not having the best of performance with this flag hoist.
That's right. So we'll see how Jihad El Masri goes. He's a fit
legs.
dude. He does have strong legs. And he's pulled that up very easily. But as we know, it's not the first one that matters. It's the third one, really.
Yeah. And he's getting faster as he goes.
He is. So implement 3, he's got 33 seconds to beat. Ooh, think it's a little bit touch and go here. And he's missed the 33 seconds, so he's now got 40 seconds. Honestly, I think he might have the second pole. Well, it's tied up on 12 to 15 seconds, so that'll be anyone's game. That'll be a big mixture of points. And just 0.1 of a second means 1 point. Once again, hitting that point. Does the gravity just turn up when you hit there or something? That is stopping everyone.
You know, the crowd was coming up with that pole because it just seemed like out of nowhere he was going to get the third. But then you hit a sticking point and it just goes down.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Josh Pataka. Current Australia's strongest man. Previously a power lifter. But still good at all the different events. But a wildcard event, who knows? This can go either way.
You certainly won't be prepared for this event through powerlifting. This is a different animal. But he is attacking it well.
He's using every inch of that, and Sean's giving him a no. No, he's got to put it down. He's got to put it back down. No.
The orange tape.
That's going to hurt. He's gone over the tape, and Sean's told him no. So he's got to do that one twice. Oh. Admittedly, it was fast on the first one. He's mad about that. He's not happy, but that's how it is. Just how it is. Pay attention to the rules and don't mix it up.
And needs to make sure this happens.
He does.
Big
And just giving it
points.
that tug. He's got it.
Knows how to get the crowd engaged.
He's got 15 seconds left to hit this.
Very
And
impressive.
there it is. There he is. That's the man we know and love. So hitting all 4, but not first.
You know, it's still big points, but I know he's going to be thinking about that third implement and the fact that he went over the tape.
That's gonna hurt him. It's gonna hurt him all night. I hope he sleeps. He is the sleepiest man, so he should be fine, but he might have a few nightmares. Now this is going to be interesting. Ryan's strong. Ryan can move. We saw that in the Farmers.
He's tall.
He's tall. He's got the long legs.
Yep.
Does he have the weight to swing it back?
We're going to find out.
That'll show you the size of the men. I mean, he's standing there with 3 105-kilo competitors.
Yeah.
And he's towering over
A
them.
head and shoulders above. Yeah.
And shoulders wider too.
He's doing well with this. I wouldn't say it's overly explosive, but it is going up.
It is. And as you say that, hits that point. I reckon
get the stacking
he'll get
point.
it. He'll get it up. That's for sure.
That's what we're seeing, though. You need to be able to finish and keep the momentum going.
That's it. And there it is.
That's a good time.
Blink and you'll miss it. Waiting for the official scores, but I think it's going to be close. So with Josh finishing 51.6, Ryan Rulis 32.9, just missing out on beating Big Mac. And this is the third place battle that we're going to see. It's going to be Ryan, it's going to be Mac, and there's a few others that'll get mixed up in there. Coco's definitely, well, I mean, he should be in there. He's got a good deadlift, so tomorrow with the deadlift for reps, we'll see. 2022 Australia's Strongest Man, Jordan Osborne. This'll be good.
I think he's going to be attacking each one of these, trying to put up that fast time. Getting 4 is no question. It's how fast.
That's exactly right. Making sure he doesn't go over that tape, and he's done it right there. Got that sticking point. And there it is. And he's going to squeeze through it. There it is.
He needs to be explosive and keep the momentum going.
This one needs to go up with no stops for him to win this event.
And he's done
He's got
It's
it. He's got
faster
it.
than the third.
That's it. And he knows it. .9 seconds. The full 3 seconds faster than Mac. I think Mac will be disappointed in that, but I'm not overly surprised. Jordan loves a gritty moving event, so really not a surprise at all.
And knowing that this event takes advantage of the momentum, I think the energy and knowing that Jordan's coming back as, you know, someone who's held the title before and lost it, he's going to be trying really hard. And you could see because the fourth implement went faster than the third.
And I can tell you now, he's got a fire in his belly. He is ready to take it back.
He should be happy with today's performance, and leading into tomorrow, it's gonna be a battle, but he set himself up well.
Definitely. And that's, again, that comes into a strategy thing. You know, if you set yourself up well on the first day, you're going in with a good mindset into the second day. You're not coming in thinking, oh, I did so bad, you know.
And that's unfortunately what we might be seeing with Coco, where, you know, he was in second place, and then to have that poor performance where it literally is a 0. It doesn't matter how close it was. It is, unfortunately, a 0.
That's right.
That's going to haunt you for the evening.
Yeah.
Sprinting out, we'll throw it over to
Right.
freebies very soon.
Do you think Jordan's coming up for an interview?
It looks like he's coming out. He's probably out of breath, the man. He probably needs to catch his breath, but Buddha's out there with him, so I think we'll cross over to them while he's got him.
Oh, was that your calves cramping bad? Not as bad as for Jit, so.
All right, well, we're throwing it back over to the KO freebies there at home. Australia's Strongest Man 2024. Jordan Osborne. That was incredible. Mate, what's going through your head in that kind of event?
Just watching the other boys fumble on one, I just know I needed a clean, consistent run. That's exactly what I did, executed it, and got the win.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think it's very much just, just finishing things correctly, you know, and basically just executing it to the T.
Yeah, exactly, man. What a night. You guys have been great. Let's back it up tomorrow. Get plenty of cheers going. I love it here.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Now, I know that having won 2022 ASMs, you really want to win that title back.
100%, it's mine.
100%. I think you're a real contender for this weekend, so I'm keen to watch you. Mate, we have another 5 events to go on for tomorrow. So for those of you who are watching at home and for those watching here at Meatstock Sydney, do stay tuned to see who the winner of Australia's Man 2024. Thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to see you going, eh? Let's get it.
It's his. He wants it. You heard it from the man himself. So we're just going to wait for the scores to pop up. We'll give a quick recap. They're setting up for the All Abilities seated deadlift at the moment as well. That'll be an interesting one too. You ever done a seated deadlift, Lynn?
You know, I've sat down after a deadlift, but I've never done a deadlift while sitting down.
I've tried it before. I can tell you it's not easy. They're doing it with a frame, so a little bit different than a standard deadlift. So using the farmer's handles, they're going to be doing, they're setting them up to sort of tag onto each other. And so then they'll sit on a bench, most likely, in between them, and they'll deadlift for reps, I believe. So
Sounds to me like the worst part of the deadlift. I do a little bit better off the floor. The lockout's what's hard for me. And to go and say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to eliminate the easy part and just do the hard part sounds awful to me.
Look, I'm a bit the opposite. I can not get it off the ground. I can lock it out, just can't get off the ground. You can see there the equipment that's getting set up in that frame. It gets used as a frame carry as well. The stand or submit handles locked together with those 2 bars that you can see across there. Works quite well.
Yeah, it looks like a great piece of kit. Because it's so low, I'm curious what the handle height is on those.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not sure the exact height. I know it's generally about thigh height when I pick them up, so...
It's deceptive because we had just seen the farmers event where the implement was very tall, so the handle seemed relatively short on top of the tall implement. And here's an example where the implement's actually quite low to the ground, and so the handle, appears to be quite high, but it very well might be the same height at the athlete's leg.
And it will be. The seated will make it a little different, I guess, but it's also going to be really wide. So when they're seated, they're going to have their arms right out to the side. That'll be very interesting to see. It might end up being a bit more of a shrug, maybe. Depends on how high they're going to set that bench, I think, and how high they're sort of sitting up.
We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah. Butter and Haley out there just giving a bit of a rundown of some of the events. Just a reminder that we're back at midday tomorrow, so if you want to tune back in, we'll be going at midday, still here at Meatstock in Sydney for Australia's Strongest Man and Woman. First up, we'll have the car. Are you looking forward to the car flip?
I am excited beyond words for the car flip. That's something where, that's kind of one of those, no one really does this, right? Yes, we do, and it's going to be here for all the athletes. I can't wait to see how it goes.
It's going to be amazing. Mason spent a lot of time prepping that car. It's got a little roll cage in it. It's got pins to load weights in it. I think we're going to see the women come out and do it with no weights in it, and then we're going to put some weights in it for the guys, so it's going to be even heavier. So it'll be very interesting to see. And it's a full car. It's not just a shell of a car that's been, attached to something, which I've seen that before. And some of the car walks you see those little minis with the, the frame of the yoke inside it. It's actually a full car that's been stripped out a little bit. So it'll be very interesting to see. It's been hanging around for a while. So its home is in Ballarat down in Victoria. Kay from CB Fitness has provided it for this, and yeah, it's done the round since 2017, I think. So
I can't believe that it has survived a competition. I'm looking forward to seeing it. You had mentioned that Mason was a mad scientist with the events. I think this really proves it. That's going to be a great start for tomorrow.
Absolutely. So the next event up from that will be the overhead medley, which we'll have you back on for. That'll be, what are the events?
I think that's log into dumbbell into the anchor yoke.
What do you think about the anchor yoke, Lynn?
Well, so the anchor yoke ended up being quite the shocker. We used it at the official Strongman Games this past December, and the athletes were not prepared. It really separated the field. I'm expecting the same thing to happen tomorrow.
I think so. We'll have a bit more of a chat about it tomorrow before the overhead medley. But we've just got the points here at the moment. So Nick and Ari, again, I think for me, Ari's probably the standout in that one. We know that Big G is going to win, but Ari really, really putting it to her. That's a very close for first and second.
You're really seeing that it's allowing her to separate herself along with Big G into an obvious podium position.
Yeah, definitely. Starting to pull ahead as well. 3 points ahead. 5 points between Ari and Beck. I think a lot of people will be very surprised by Alira still. I know I keep going on about it, but, and Sarah.
Yeah,
under 82
Sarah
kilo.
and Alira are in the mix for that podium spot.
Definitely. There's only 3 points at those sort of top 3, 4, 5 positions. We saw that it was tied up before, and we've now we're moving a little bit further away. But
we had 4 athletes prior to this event, all within a point of each other. Now there's only 3 that are in that tight mix. Unfortunately, Katie wasn't able to go and stay with that pack, and so she's dropped down just a little bit.
Yeah, and I know she'll be disappointed with that. She's at this level, and she'll be disappointed, but she can come back tomorrow and be good, and I'm sure she will. She will really sort of give it her all on the second day. She's not sort of one to be down about it. She'll move on and she'll get into it. So her and Sarah Halifax are best mates. So they'll G each other up.
Absolutely, that's great.
They're staying together too, so they'll be in each other's ear.
Good camaraderie.
Yeah, definitely. Ellie and Nicole at 9 points each, so tied up there. And again, that's a tight race. And again, Nicole being one of the 82 kilo athletes, putting it to Ellie, one of the open weights. So yeah, I think she'll be happy with that. And then Liz sitting there in 7 points. And again, I think Liz will be happy with what she's done too. She hasn't zeroed anything.
Yeah.
She's gone, 7th place in the flags, which is pretty good.
Honestly, getting 3 of the flags up, there's only 3 athletes that did more than that.
Yeah, that's it. And even on the men, we saw that too. So
I think we're going to look at those scores in a little bit too.
Yeah, I think they're still tallying up those results. We're just making sure that everything's hunky-dory and making sure we don't have any mistakes and that we're at that standard that we've got everything right. So I think we might be able to just cross out to the all abilities and have a quick watch of that before we recap the men's score. So we got Ben, and I think they said 135 kilo deadlift for reps. There he goes.
And you
So
can see
Ben being standing, so he doesn't have any disability in his legs, so he's able to do the standing deadlift, which is good to see. And this is an event that we see a lot, the frame deadlift. It's very reminiscent of the car deadlift.
one thing I do notice with this implement is it does allow a little bit of that flex for the handles to come in a little bit, which makes it a little easier on the pickup.
It does. Otherwise, you're sort of hanging out really wide, and that absolutely taxes your traps. It's more of a trap raise than anything else. So, yeah.
Oh, he's going well beyond what I think he expected.
That's 20 reps. 21. He's only got a few seconds left, I think.
That was an incredible performance.
22 reps. That was amazing. That was a lot of reps coming out of there at 135 kilos. That's a decent sort of deadlift. So, yeah.
That's more than decent. I think this time in the evening, I would be very hard pressed to even attempt that number of reps on an empty bar.
And just showing that, you know, this all abilities, it's not just a token effort. It's actually strong people.
100% and full effort. The athletes are not, you know, just taking for granted that there's not too many of them competing. You know, he's the only one in the standing division right now, but he's giving it his all every time.
Absolutely. And you can see these other handles. So this must be the seated deadlift that they're doing. You can see the lower handles. As you were saying before, they were very high. But this is custom kit from Stand or Submit for this event.
Yeah, that would make it so that it isn't a shrug event when you're in the seated position.
Exactly. And it's kind of a testament to competing at this level. We've got custom kit for them, you know.
Yeah.
It's not just come and do whatever we can sort of dodgy up on the day. It's actually been thought about. And you see that with a lot of these events, you know, that we've got custom kit ready to go.
And with the purpose of letting them perform at their best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that, I don't know if it'll be Justin or Vicky out first, but Justin Bonke's been a big driver of this in Australia, and he's there for every comp. He flies around Australia to do this sort of thing. He runs a gym, he encourages other people to do it, and it's just so good to see. So we've got the little mini keg with the mini tyre on top as the seat. That looks brilliant. Looks like the old Aussie dunny, the Aussie camp dunny.
I'll be honest, I think that seat might be more comfortable than the ones we're in.
That's for sure. All right, so we'll have, there's Vicky and Justin out there. We'll just see who's going first. I think we got Vicky going. Just getting the plates loaded correctly. Once again, nothing worse than having misloaded and then having to redo it. Or being demoralised and being, why can't I lift this? I could do it in training. And, yeah.
Once again, we're just trying to provide a platform for these athletes to do their best performance.
Exactly right. And I think you'll see that. I mean, they're not here to not do it.
No.
You can't get out in front of the crowd and then just think, oh, I might not do it or anything. You really want to give it your all, no matter what, no matter who you are or what you're doing. It's just, you've got to be out there and ready to go. So I think empty that frame's about 50 kilos. So we're looking at 100-ish. 15 kilo plates.
Yeah, I'm going to let you go and do the math on that one.
What if we make it pounds? Will that make it easier for you, Lynn?
It probably would, but we've come this far. We'll stick with kilos.
So we got, what, 20 kilos, 22 and a half on each hand. Oh, that's actually like, that's a lot. So strapping in for the deadlift event, and the same will be for tomorrow. The rules will be the same. You'll be allowed to strap in. And again, like you were saying with the farmers, that'll be the difference, you know. The grip will be taken out of it because they can strap in. So they'll actually be able to handle the equipment a little bit easier.
Just a little bit of adjustment in the seat there.
So we've got all of these, okay, is done to say,
Vicky's set, ready to go. You can see that floating around a little bit. That must be really hard to sort of hold in place.
Absolutely. You saw her adjust the seat at the beginning, but then the frame immediately pulls back. So each subsequent rep really is not at the position she wanted when she started, but she's doing very well.
Exactly, and that's all back. You know, there's no legs in that. As you saw, she came out on the crutches, so she's obviously not able to use her legs as much as she would be able to. If you sit down in the gym and do a seated deadlift, you're going to push into your feet, and she's not going to be able to do that as much. This is all basically all lower back and holding with her upper back, and it just shows how strong she really is. You know, it might not look like it's coming up, but that's off the ground, and she's lifting that weight.
Excellent performance.
Stellar effort.
It's one of those things where, you know, the range of motion's a little bit less, but that's the point, is for her, the range of motion has to be a little bit less because, you know, she isn't able to engage the legs at the beginning of the lift.
Exactly. I think she'll be happy. I think she'll come in tomorrow because they'll have a sled drag and Atlas stones. So that'll be fun. And I think she'll come in a bit more confident tomorrow than she was today.
Sled drag and Atlas stones. That's going to be an exciting thing to see how they can manage that. I'm very curious. I've seen some Atlas stones done where people start on their knees and everything else. It's just such a raw strongman movement or an event. I'm excited that everyone, regardless of their ability, can try it.
It's really cool to be able to get them out here, and Justin loves his stones.
Yeah.
He loves it.
And to get them to do stones, not just barbells. You know, it's like, this is strongman.
That's right. And we don't know if we're going to see it tomorrow, but we have some custom stone platforms for the seated, so we'll see how that goes. We'll get Justin going on his deadlifts. There it is. 150 kilos. 150 kilos there. That's decent. And again, as you're seeing, it's not a huge range of motion, but he's straining for that. It's all through his body.
Oh yes. And the muscles that have to work for that range of motion don't get any break. They have to go rep after rep.
And there's no cheating this, you know, when it's all your back, there's no other muscles to sort of account for those when you're not using the right muscles. You have to just pull with those.
Oh, he gave it everything.
He did. Great effort from Justin there. He's knackered. Ready to go home and have a sleep, I think. All right. So we might have a look at the men's scores now, if we can, and just have a quick recap of the day. All right. So
it's what I feared. Coco has dropped from second all the way to ninth with that performance.
It has hurt, hasn't it? And that's not a small drop either. That's, 13 points.
Yeah.
That's a big drop.
With a field of 17 athletes, every event can cost you, but that also tells you that with 5 events still to come, he can crawl back, but it is going to be a battle because there is starting to be some separation, and that's where we see with Jordan's performance. He's separating himself from the pack.
I don't think 6 points is separated enough to be a shoo-in, though. I think there's still going to be a bit of changing around. I don't think there's any surprises in 1 and 2 at this point, but we've got Mac, Ryan, and Jihad down further. And then very close behind, we got BJ, Adam. We'll see what happens with Thomas Rain. We really hope that his bicep holds up.
You know, 100%. And we're hoping, of course, that, you know, all the athletes are able to properly recover for a very big day tomorrow.
That's right.
One thing to note, only 4 athletes on the men's division got all 4 flags up. We had 3 with the women's division of 9 athletes, but only 4 out of 17. This was a heavy event.
It was. It really threw a spanner in the works, but probably not as much as I would have expected in the overall placings. So maybe a bit of extra points at the start were okay. Coco being down though, he'll be disappointed. But
that was probably the most drastic change that we're seeing there. But you are right that a lot of things did get switched up with that. I can't even predict what tomorrow, starting with the car flip, is, what that will be. I don't even know who will be good at that. I've never seen that event in person other than reruns of World's Strongest Man on TV. I can't wait to see it in person tomorrow morning.
Well, it will be interesting. So we'll be kicking off at midday tomorrow. Again, car flip, overhead medley, got the all abilities sled drag, deadlift for reps, Zercher freight race, which is going to be cool. All abilities Atlas Stone, and then the Atlas Stones for the men and women at the end. So we'll love you and leave you tonight. Thanks, Lynn. It's been great having you here to chat. It's nice to have someone with the international experience to sort of bounce off. So we'll see you back for the overhead medley tomorrow, but I'm sure you'll be floating around during the day when we kick off at midday.
I can't wait. It's already been very exciting, and it's just going to look even more packed for tomorrow.
It sure will. Thanks very much for all our viewers on KO. We'll see you tomorrow.